Everyone, I'm going to call the Board of Supervisors to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Good morning, Supervisor Giomi.
Here.
Supervisor White. Here. Supervisor Horton. Supervisor Schutte.
Here.
Mayor Bagwell.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you so much. We're going to move to agenda item number 3, which is our invocation, and I want to thank Pastor Peggy Luck. She's the chaplain and assisting minister from Hillside Foursquare Church.
Thank you. Good morning. The Bible says in the book of Lamentations, "Yet this I call to mind, and therefore I have hope. Because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed, for his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. I say to myself, the Lord is my portion. Therefore I will wait for him. The Lord is good to those who hope, and their hope is in him, to the one who seeks him." Lamentations 3:21 through 25. Father God, we thank you for your love and mercy to each one of us. We have hope in you. We seek you today and desire to walk in your ways. Direct our steps and uphold us with your righteous right hand. May we encourage one another as we work together to serve the people of Carson City. We commit to you today our families, friends, and co-workers. We pray protection for those serving in harm's way. And we pray grace over our mayor, our board of supervisors, our sheriff, and fire departments. In Jesus' name, for his glory, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Judge Wilson, would you do us the honor of leading us in the pledge?
Be happy to. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're on agenda item number 5, which is our first public comment. This is our general comment. I will be pulling item 8A, as I see already quite a few asked for that item from the consent, and 11C will come from the consent too. So signed up as general public comment. First, I have Mr. French. I just go down the list.
All right, thank you. Mayor and board, thank you very much. Denny French, Carson City, Nevada. I'm very pleased to be here today to help celebrate those that have been in service to this community. I appreciate it. I watch you at work, a lot of you, every day when I'm walking. So thank you all. The next thing is on my agenda to suggest that on public comment and consent, the consent considerations that I have were the changes in the language that I mentioned before, but more that my suggestion is that some of these things that are considered routine to you aren't necessarily routine to the public. And I'm finding some of those things on the consent form deals, I would like to hear more discussion or more at least exchanges. So those things. But I'd also like to bring up today a concern that I have. I got a chance to get to the legislature. I was I'll bring it up later. But there's a item on what's being considered is off-road vehicles and their access to regular streets. My concern's not so much for the streets. I am concerned for the neighbors that are going to have off-roaders necessarily driving by or up and down their streets and neighborhoods going to a site where they're allowed to drive off-road. My concern is more for the areas that are off-road. If it's tearing up the streets, it's certainly not doing very much good for our open space areas. And some specific areas I feel should be reserved for animals, for nature, for walkers, for people that are up there to be away from the noise of vehicles and such. and preserves for the habitat. And I see a lot of sage that's crushed in a lot of areas that I've been, and I haven't been able to get up to Prison Hill. And so my thing is that since I haven't had a hands-on, eyes-on, foot-on observance, I can only imagine what's going on up there, and I really am a little afraid to see. But I really want Prison Hill's considerations to have certain areas dedicated to off-roaders, because there are a lot of wonderful experiences for people up there. NPR had a special about off-road vehicles for the handicapped. New vehicles and parks are allowing for such, and they have them hired out through the parks. And so people handicapped can have access to trails that would not be available otherwise. And mostly today, I just want to say how grateful I am to be in a community that still has people that are concerned and considerate to other people's concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. French. I have next Shannon Silva. You didn't indicate one way or the other, but I'll call it out just in case. Oh, assessor. Okay, and, oh, yeah. Chris and Keith Fleck, maybe? Okay. Did you want to? Okay, did you want to make public comment? Great. Morning. Good morning. Is this on the assessor's item? Did you want to wait till the assessor's item is heard first? Okay, thank you so much. Then I don't have anyone else that signed up for general public comment. The rest are on the assessor item. Is there anyone that missed signing in for general public comment? You did? Come on. Hi, good morning. And please state your name for the record. When you push the button, it'll turn green. There you go.
Hi, good morning. My name is Deborah Graham, and I'm a recent resident. I just moved to Carson City this last month, and I discovered I'm used to recycling, and I discovered as a renter there's no recycle bin where I live, and I called the various waste management and recycle centers in Carson City, and I found one that will accept cans, but there's no handy place to recycle. So I went to Reno, and the hours there are 8 to 3, which means that if you work, you have to take time off to recycle. I found out that if you have a home, you get a recycle bin. And so I just want to find out what you suggest for someone who is renting that would like to recycle.
If you leave your information with one of our staff, I can have our contact give you a call.
Okay.
Yes, you'll just leave it. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll get that for you. It's a good question. Thank you. Okay, do I have any other? Okay, good. With that, then we're going to move on to agenda item number 6, which is the approval of our minutes of January 19th, 2023. There were minor corrections that were already submitted. Does anyone else have any? Okay, then I will accept motion for approval as corrected.
I move to approve the Carson City Board of Supervisors meeting minutes for January 19th, 2023, with the corrections as noted.
I have a motion and second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now on to our special presentation. Chief Slayman, this is pretty exciting.
Good morning, Sean Slayman, Fire Chief for the record. With me today is Carson City resident Aiden Bailey. On February 21st of this last year, there was a very large house fire at about 11:30 p.m. on Mononey Lane. Aiden was awake at the time, recognized the significance of the fire, was outside While that fire had extended at that time from one house to a second house, also had melted a gas line, so the fire became gas fed into the second residence. Fire had already breached into their attic. Aiden, recognizing that the neighbors were home, immediately ran to their house, knocked on their door several times to awaken them and to get them out of their house safely. His actions absolutely contributed to the safety of our community and to his neighbors. And due to his heroic actions, we'd like to recognize him today with the Fire Chief's Medal of Commendation for our citizens. So we'd like to do that. Ready, Aiden? All right. Come on up here. So Aiden, on behalf of the fire department and the citizens of Carson City, we want to thank you for your bravery and your heroism and for your life-saving actions. Take it over. All right.
What a shining example,
Come
huh?
on, we gotta get a picture now. I told Aiden that in the fire service, we get our picture in the paper, we have to buy ice cream for the station, so we're not asking for that from him, but for his family, we think he owes them ice cream.
How about one more hand, right? Well, you get to stay right here, right? These are in order. So our next activity is we love to celebrate the longevity and good work of our employees. Chief Slayman, first up. We have, if this is real, you know,
Yeah.
can you believe this? So, I'm still in shock. 25 years. Can anyone guess who this is? Come on, Jason Dannon. Come on, Jason, Fire Battalion Chief. And it's not when I get to say 25 more. It kind of, I don't know. You could be the first ever. Have we ever had a 50-year employee?
I think we should work on it.
No.
It sounded right to me. It just sounded right. So I want to congratulate you, and then I'll get
Sure.
Chief to say a few words.
So Jason Danon, it's hard to put into words what he means to this organization and what he certainly means to me. He is a battalion chief in our organization, 25 years of dedicated service and sacrifice to our citizens, to our community, and to our fire department. If you look up leader in Webster's dictionary, you're going to see a picture of Jason Danon. Passion, compassion, ethical leadership, all of those describe who Jason is. Some of his passions are the wildland side, as we all experience every summer, and now really about 10 months out of the year. Jason was selected just a few years ago to be on a federal incident management team. So when there are very, very large fires, he gets deployed out to these incidents and works as a safety officer. It's a very difficult selection committee, and it's an honor for him to be asked and to participate on that team. And it's certainly an honor for us as Carson City. The connections and networking that he gets through being on those incident management teams is absolutely amazing. He's also our deputy emergency manager, and so he came in to that position shortly after COVID, or at the tail end of the actual emergency declaration, and then since then has overseen some significant events with that, and without him, we would be lost. So Jason, thank you for your service and congratulations on 25 years.
Yeah, I was just going to say I had this. I don't even know if Jason knows this story, but I was a newly promoted battalion chief myself in 1998. Was it 98 when you got hired? 98. And the fire chief said to me, "Well, here's your list. You pick." which is a big responsibility. And normally the fire chief picks. And I was like, well, this is a decision you're making for years for this community. In other words, people don't leave the fire service. And so Jason was, for me, an easy pick. Well, 25 years later, he's still here. So I guess I did something right. So, and Jason's done something right over the years as well. So I just want to say, add my congratulations to him and thanks for his years of service.
Perfect. Yes, absolutely.
So I just want to say, yeah, 25 years I get to speak, I guess. Yes. So I'm not a big public speaker and I really don't enjoy this, but I really have to say thank you to everybody out here. So I did not do 25 years alone. I did 25 years with the support and help from my beautiful wife, my daughter, my son that's in a math test, all the firemen that are out in the back, and everybody else, all the staff here. I'm looking at dispatch. I'm looking at my Holiday with a Hero friends. I'm looking at all the other agencies and all the other supporting staff from the city that really makes us tick. You know, I've spent my entire career working on engines, working on, battalion chief stuff. And my last 2.5, 3 years has been in administration. Definitely not my favorite, but what has allowed me to do is to see what it really takes to run a city, what it really takes to run an organization and run a fire department. So that I thank you. And again, I did not do this alone. So thank you.
All right. Well, this one's only got 15 years, so you also have an opportunity. No, you stay up because we have to have pictures. You need pictures. So this one is Salvente Hoteling, our public health nurse, 15 years. Look at that. Woohoo. Thank you so much for your service. And we have her director, Nikki Akers. Say a few words.
Good morning. So most of you know her as Vanette, and she joined us 15 years ago as a public health nurse. Vanette's passion for her role as a nurse and within public health does not go unnoticed. During every patient encounter, she strives to make sure their needs and concerns are addressed. She has said she hopes to have a meaningful interaction with each of her patients and hopes they feel human during their visit. This is an example of truly encompassing the nursing spirit. Patients have commented about the good care that she has delivered, and we hear that a lot. When Vanette is not caring for patients in the clinic, she is assisting the Nevada State Immunization Program to ensure other clinics have the immunization resources they need for their patients as well. So she goes way beyond our clinic. Vanette is willing to assist anyone and everyone when there's a need within the department. During the pandemic, Vanette was one of the first nurses to assist with testing, and when the vaccine was available, she was vaccinating. She helped with the homebound vaccinations and drove from one end of the Quad County region to the other to go to those individuals and give a vaccination. When Vanette is not working, she enjoys spending time outdoors and with her family. Vanette is an essential team member within the clinic and the health department, caring for the residents of Carson City and beyond. Thank you, Vanette, and I hope you stay another 15.
I don't know. I heard this ice cream thing that I don't know. I'm liking that idea though. I'm thinking so. Vanette, tell her ice cream that you deserve it.
No. She has to buy.
Oh, she has to buy the ice
Not the
cream?
other way around.
Oh,
No, you got it backwards. No.
that's just mean. That's just mean. Okay, next up for 15 years, we have Kimberly Tripp, our public safety communications operator. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
I get to talk about you, Kim. This one's kind of special because Sean and I share all of the dispatch operations over there. And Stacy and I actually began, I'm going to say that, our careers as fire department dispatchers. And this morning I shared a picture with Stacy of the old telephones back then where you pulled the wire out and plugged it in. And yeah. So we've come a long, long ways. Ms. Tripp is among our senior public safety communications operators, otherwise known as dispatchers. Oh, there's Brian. He started his career doing this stuff too. Oh, where was I? Over the span of her career, Kim has actively engaged herself in the training of newly hired personnel, supervising shifts, and participated directly in the upgrading and implementation of several public safety upgrades in the facility. Further, she was a member of the dispatch team. This goes to the press who just moved their facility. She was a member of the team as we received a complete renovation of all of the furniture, radios, and telephone systems in the dispatch facility. She relentlessly pursues the highest levels of expertise and safety in her duties and commitments to public safety and the personnel in the field, one of whom is her husband. I'm not sure if he's here. Is he here today? Oh, we'll talk to him about that later, okay? One of whom is her husband, a K-9 deputy with the sheriff's office. Kim also presents the sheriff's office well with her engagements to the sheriff's office mounted unit among her personal and professional commitments. After 15 years of service, Kim's extraordinary daily accomplishments present the community of Carson with the best of the best, as she can be counted on to manage any demands that are encountered here in the community. Thank you, Kim. Congratulations. We'll get your husband on the reprimand table later.
So next up, I think many of us know her, but I still can't believe it's 10 years. How about Allie Bannister, our Chief Juvenile Probation Officer? How's that, 10 years? And 2 beautiful children, right? Thank you so much.
Good morning. Judge Russell is out of town, or he would be here today. And our beloved court administrator, Max Cortez, is recovering from a broken kneecap, or she would be here today. Sorry, you're stuck with me. So much of what a judge does is balancing. We have parties that disagree on things, and usually the arguments have at least some merit, but we have to weigh and make a decision. So I've been asked by several people to talk about Allie, and there's merit in that because what she does is so important to our community. Our children, our youth under 18 are our future. And the work that she does with those she works with is just extremely important. So I wrote a talk that it's about 20 minutes.
Where's that book?
But I had Allie asked me not to speak at all. And then she leaned over and said, just don't go on too long. So here's the compromise. 10 years. I just want to give you a little background on how qualified she is for this position and part of the reasons that she does such a great job. Before working here in Carson for the last 10 years as the chief, she worked with juveniles in Churchill County for 7 years. She has a bachelor's degree in psychology, a master's degree in justice management, and a PhD in public policy and administration. A lot of education. We're proud of that. She holds both a Nevada management and executive post certificates. Her passion for children and young adults is evidenced by the goals she sets for the department. Her leadership style empowers those around her to do and be better. Studies published by the Center for Public Justice show that nearly 3 out of 4 youth in juvie suffer from mental health and substance abuse issues. In that group, 20% suffer severe mental health problems which limit their ability to function in public life. Yeah. I might have left something off. Chief Bannister is passionate about addressing this increasing convergence of mental health and juvenile justice services. Her PhD dissertation was on trauma in juvenile justice. She's established a number of programs and services designed to divert delinquent youth away from the juvenile justice system altogether, including Juvenile Justice Assessment Scoring Triage Team, the Parent Project, the Family Engagement Program, School Resource Officers, Leadership and Resiliency Program, and she collaborates on these matters regionally through her service on the Northern Nevada Mental Health Commission. She does a great job. We are very fortunate to have her. Thank you very much. Please make a speech.
I didn't know part of the requirement was that I had to speak. But first and foremost, I just want to thank every one of our probation officers and staff that are in this room. It makes my job worth coming to every single day. There's pieces of it that I don't love, but you guys I love so much, and you make everything worthwhile. So thank you guys so much, and also thank you to my family for being here. And Judge, thank you so much for the kind words. You and Judge Russell are the best bosses in the whole world, and I appreciate you so much.
Okay. So next up, let's see if Jason's going to come up. Yep. Okay. We have Lindsay Metzler Curry, who is 5 years senior legal assistant. Does that mean she's worked for you the whole time? Yes, it does.
There's not many major criminal cases that have come through our office in the last few years that Lindsay hasn't touched. She's just an incredibly important person in our office. And I'll tell you the best thing about Lindsay, she's not afraid to speak her mind. That's fair, isn't it? And that's not always the best thing, but with Lindsay it is. She is constantly coming up with ideas, suggestions, innovations about how the rest of us can do our job better. We haven't always implemented all of them. Some we have tried and they haven't worked, but many have worked. And it's made our office better. It's made us more efficient. And that's important because it shows me that we've got somebody who's invested and who cares. And you can't do better than that. So thank you, Lindsay.
Yeah, we'll do picture. So now's the great time that we have to have a picture. And I'm not sure this will work today because there's just so many wonderful people here, but the family and everyone that wants to join in and celebrate with us, come in, join us for the picture. I'm sure your mom would love to have you in the picture. Those are pretty good cowboy boots, aren't they? Come on up. It's really important to celebrate together. We know how much work and such high expectations we have for our employees, and it, I'm sure, affects their family lives. We don't have anyone in public works right now, but boy, have we had some weather, and I just want to, again, give a big shout out to all those people that have been clearing our streets and stuff. Come on in. Give just a moment to let people pass through so everyone can hear. Okay, we're going to begin with our consent agenda. Item 8A and 11C will be pulled from consent for discussion. And as a reminder, item 9C is based on late material that we received. Did anybody else need anything else pulled? So 8A and 11C. Supervisor Giomi, a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item 9A, 9B, 9C with consideration for the late material, 10A, 11A, 11B, 12A, 13A, 13B, 13C, 13D, 13E, 14A, and 15A as presented or amended with late material.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you. So now we're going to move to agenda item 8A, which is discussion and possible action regarding a request to correct a clerical error for the property tax roll based on, Ms. Adams, come up and you're going to bring.
Good morning.
Describe what happened here, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kimberly Adams, Carson City Assessor for the record. Back in 2020, the Assessor's Office, along with the Treasurer's Office, had to implement a new data system. This was not by choice, unfortunately. The prior system closed their doors. With that, we have had a few growing pains. And recently we discovered that properties who have implemented a solar system on their property inadvertently received a reduction in their property tax bill. Now, the solar assessment should not affect your property taxes in a negative way or a positive way. And the only reason why we put these items on the assessment roll is because we have to report those to the Department of Taxation, who then reports to the Nevada legislature. The Nevada legislature wants to know the amount of tax dollars that are not being collected as a result of the solar items. The system, unfortunately, treated these exempt items almost like a personal exemption. So if you're a veteran, a surviving spouse, a blind individual, and you're receiving that personal exemption, you get a reduction in your property tax bill. The system saw exemption and then reduced the property tax bill. We have gone through extensive research to make sure we have all properties that do currently have a solar unit on their property. We have had several taxpayers come in to state that I don't even have a solar. And that's fantastic. Now we can correct the record moving forward, but unfortunately those properties still received that reduction in their tax bill. So what the system did is it took that assessed value of that solar unit, multiplied it by the tax rate, and then reduced their tax bill. And unfortunately, we have to correct that moving forward. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Does any member have a question? Supervisor Giomi?
Thank you, Kim. Just for the record, we don't legally have a choice, right? I mean, we don't, if we wanted to say, you know, our mistake, we have to eat it, we can't.
Well, I am no attorney, but based on what I have read in the statutes, I don't see any way that we could have eat this. If it were my personal business, absolutely. But unfortunately, the guidelines in NRS, I don't see how we can.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, I don't see anyone with any other questions. Thank you. We'll
You're
take
welcome.
public comment on this item. I had Mary Hanlon that was signed up. Did you still want to do public comment? Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Mary Handelin, and you all have a copy of the letter I received from the assessor's office. And I want to say apparently I'm being held liable for a purported error in my property tax bill. It is claimed that the assessor's new and improved data system miscalculated my bill. However, I have no evidence of that. Supposedly, my solar improvement reduced my tax bill not just for 1 year, but for 2 consecutive years. If indeed an error was made, then who should be responsible for rectifying the error? I am a senior citizen on a fixed income, and the city is asking me to correct an error they may have made. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And anyone that wants to see the detail behind the math of your assessment, please see the assessor's office because you're entitled to see that. And I know that she's shaking her head, yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
You're entitled to be able to see that. So if anybody needs that. I have Rod that's signed up next, Rod? Okay. Good morning. There you go.
There we
Green
go.
means go.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I received a property assessment notice in my mail last week, and noting that the new system, there's a new system in place, and the exempt improvement for solar incorrectly reduced my property tax bills. My back taxes at this point are over $1,200 that I'm responsible for. So I thought, well, I'm going to go look at my tax assessment and see what references there are to solar on my tax assessment. And there are no references to solar on my tax assessment.
Mr. Dimmitt, if I could point. So right here where it says exempt value, this is the solar unit.
Okay.
So if you take this and multiply it by the.
But it doesn't note that it's solar.
There-
So I went back to look at Carson City's green energy policy and posted on carson.org under living sustainability as a homeowner. And I quote here, it recommends that you participate in NB Energy's residential energy program or install a solar system. I view myself as a customer of Carson City, and I don't have any problem receiving a tax assessment because of the increased value to my home because I added a solar system to it. But I do have a problem with Carson City going back and trying to collect past taxes from a system error that was caused by not doing your due diligence, and holding me financially responsible for your mistake. It's an unreasonable expectation to install a new tax assessing system and then go back after the fact, and this is 2 years, mind you, after the fact, and then rebill your customer for back fees, which are, by the way, due to your error in properly evaluating the system. As a business in this day and age, you have to accept the responsibility of your actions and your errors that you create, and this is one of those errors. My wife and I are retired. We live on a fixed income. We budget our property taxes just like we budget everything else. So this really hurts. It's your mistake. It's your responsibility to accept that mistake and correct your process going forward so it doesn't happen again.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
I have Margaret Phillips.
Green means go. Good morning, Mayor and Board of Supervisors. I'm here for the same issue of a corrected tax bill. My name is Margaret Phillips, and my husband and I live at 2015 Emily Court. We did not become owners of the property until August 12th of 2022, and there's nowhere on this letter that says if you are not the current owner. It just says that we owe this money. So I don't see how we should be held responsible for taxes when we did not own the property. Thank you.
Did you want to answer to that yet?
We've had a few phone calls where the owners have recently purchased the property, and unfortunately, the lien stays with the property, and it is extremely unfortunate. If there was any way that I saw around this. Believe me, we would have done it. Believe me.
Okay, wait, I would need some clarification then. So
So the property taxes, it's a lien on the property itself. Similar to if you purchase a business and you're purchasing that equipment, the property taxes, if the prior business owner failed to pay those property taxes and they were in arrears, the new business owner unfortunately has to catch up those property taxes, even though they were not the owner at that time. The property taxes are not assessed to the owner, and it follows the owner. It stays with the property tax, unfortunately. So there's no way for us to go after the prior owner for the reduction in the taxes that they received incorrectly.
okay, I don't see how that is, that's actually lawful, or how that could even be. This makes absolutely no sense to me, since we did not own the home until August 12th of 2022. So the first 7 months, in my opinion, need to be recalibrated or readjusted.
I would have to refer to the DA's office. It's outside of my purview.
I'm sorry. I don't know what else any of us at this board can say, but we're sorry. We just have to follow the law. And
Well,
it's not a situation that any of us truly have any control over. And I'm not saying that you couldn't speak potentially, back with your title company or things of that nature to be able to collect that tax back from whomever you bought the home from. So there may be remedies, but ours is the taxes on the property. So I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. That seems quite unfair.
It's not the best. Yeah, okay.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
I'm sorry, so sorry. Elizabeth Williams? No? Okay, no Elizabeth? I'm going to stay in order first, and then I take general. I'm sorry. Those that sign in first get their rights first. So just one last call. Is there Elizabeth Williams that wanted to do that? And then I have Chris Fleck. Right. Or Keith. I'm guessing you're related, so just him? Okay.
Haven't done this before. I'm also here about the letter from the assessor's office. And the one thing that isn't stated on there is how we're going to get billed for this additional amount. Is it going to be just they send a bill and they want the full amount? Or are they going to spread it out over a couple of cycles? Or how is that going to be handled?
Kimberly Adams for the record. Mr. Fleck, thank you for being here today. This will probably take, I'm estimating, a week to get the corrected values in the system. I will then be sending out the corrected tax bill. Any payments that you have previously made on the property actually get shifted to the prior year and then moved forward. And I have spoken with the mayor, the city manager, and the Carson City treasurer. Ultimately, it would be fantastic if any of the amounts that are due are paid by June 15th. However, we recognize that this has created a financial burden on many people, as it would. And we are going to keep track of every single one of these properties and remove any penalties or interests that are accrued on this specific amount so that we can work with the public. Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, actually, what I really want to find out is, are we just going to be billed on the regular tax bill, or are we going to get a separate bill that has to pay the full amount?
Kimberly Adams, again, for the record, your existing bill will be adjusted. It won't be a separate supplemental bill. We do have the ability to bill the incorrect amount on a supplemental bill, but that doesn't really correct your overall prior year gross assessed value and what you should have been paying taxes on moving forward. So the beauty of this new system is we are actually able to correct the prior year moving forward on your assessment so that your tax record is correct moving forward.
So just to be clear, if I can help interpret what he's asking, you're going to get a revised 23 bill that will show your outstanding taxes due.
Correct.
Then as the city, we've already determined the only part legally that we have the option to do is we won't charge you any penalties or interest.
That is correct.
Because that is, like you said, it was our error, so you're not going to be charged any of those. If you're unable to make all the payments by June 15th for your tax year, we will track the portion that's in your letter and ensure that if you have to wait to pay till July or August, to spread it, you won't have penalties and interest.
Correct.
So that you can work with the treasurer's office. We recognize this was 2 years
Mayor,
of an issue, so.
If I could interject, I would prefer the taxpayers to contact me directly.
Yeah, and then work with
So that we can work with the treasurer's office
They can-
and make sure that we can set up arrangements and so
Right.
forth.
Right, so we'll work with you. That's the answer. We'll work with you.
Thank you.
We understand the burden, and again, we're so sorry.
Yeah, but the computer didn't make the error. The people that input the information in made the error. So,
It's okay. I'm sorry.
thank you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what else. Now, is there any general public comment on 8A that did not sign up?
That would be me.
It's okay.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Brandy King, and I am a resident in Carson. I'm also a landman that works with title companies and properties and researches property tax delinquencies, stuff like that, anything to do with the title. I feel I'm at the tail end of this, so I'm not educated enough to know what the whole situation is, but from what I'm listening to, seems completely unfair for, you can waive penalties and interest or late fees, but you can't fix the problem. So that causes a problem for the title companies who, and like her scenario, she wasn't even the owner at the time. And a lien does run with the land. But so technically she could lose her house, or anybody could lose their house if they don't pay, was it 2 years, I think? If you could, no, 3 years, 3, that you go to a tax auction sale if you don't pay your property taxes. So if you're on a fixed income, like say in my father's situation, he's got one living relative, which is me. He doesn't have anyone to borrow money from. I mean, that's a major concern. And the title policy in her situation, they can't even, it means nothing. So, I mean, I think that you guys are gonna open yourself up to lawsuits by these title companies, unfortunately. I mean, the title insurance, I mean, they can't insure title. So I'm not sure I think that it's completely unfair, but that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? No, you only, once, sorry. Is there, come on up.
Pushed it, but maybe not enough. Sue Masiello, I live on Manhattan Drive. I would think the city has insurance for problems that the city caused. And I think the city has an obligation to explore exercising that insurance to compensate for the city's mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else? Nope. All right, then I'll bring item 8A back up to Supervisor Giomi. Did you want to?
Yeah, look, I agree with everybody's comment that it's not fair. It's not fair, and it was the city's mistake. And I think My recommendation, I would have a couple. One, before we take action today, I'd like the DA's office to confirm what the assessor believes, that we don't have any legal remedies beyond assessing the fee. So I think that's the first thing we ought to do, is determine if we legally have to do this. And then my other suggestion would be is if we do have to do this, and I'm sorry to both Kim and Andrew, it was a mistake of 2 years. I think we should allow people 2 years to make the payments, if in fact they have to be paid. So those would be my two recommendations. Number one, I would defer this until we can get an answer from the DA, whether that be later today or at a future meeting. And number two, if it is in fact a legal requirement that we have to go forward with his assessment, that we allow the individuals 2 years to pay it back. So that would be my comment.
Supervisor White?
I would echo the first, well, actually all of what Stacy said, but primarily I'd like to hear from the DA just exactly what stops the city from writing this off. If in fact it cannot be just simply written off, I don't see any reason the city can't reach into unattached funds and pay it ourselves. There's nothing that stops any random person from walking in and paying the taxes for any other random person. What stops the city from doing the same thing? This is our mistake. We ought to take responsibility for it.
No way.
If in fact we can't write it off, then we need to find a way for the city to make these payments.
So that's an interesting thought process, but I will say, sitting on this board for 9 years now, we have never paid the taxes for an error that has been made. We have had numerous tax errors that have been brought forward. We have had numerous tax errors that have been brought forward, and the individual has been required to pay based on their property. The tax was due. You owed the tax, and I 100% apologize that erroneously you received a tax reduction. This is to collect tax that you owed and should have paid. So I want to be clear about that. It is your tax, not necessarily you personally, the property's tax. What would stop if we were to do this, as you're suggesting it's our error, then why haven't we done that and paid everyone's tax bill that we've made an error? And why would we start that precedence? It's
Well,
huge.
there's a difference between a onesie-twosie mistake due to input and a large mistake due to a computer programming error. There's a difference.
I don't see the difference to me individually. If I'm the individual taxpayer that, I don't know how much back, 3 months? We charge people 500, 600, 1,000. To the individual, it's the same answer.
I'd still like to hear from the district
I don't mind hearing
attorney.
from the
I'd
DA,
still like to
that's
hear from
fine,
the
but
district attorney if the
not-
city has the ability to pay it.
Aren't you glad you took on today?
Yes.
Please.
Unfortunately, Supervisor Jomi, Supervisor White, this question was just brought to my attention. That particular part of or most of the tax code is pretty complex, and in the 10 minutes I've had, I have not been able to track down the answer for you. However, if you can give us time and potentially pass this item towards later in the meeting, we will do our best to track down the answer for you and get you the answer.
Appreciate that. Thank
Okay.
you.
I can take this to, if that's the pleasure, we're here, if that's the pleasure that you, I haven't heard from Ms. Schutte or Mr. Horton. You want the city to, do you want him to look up if the city can pay the bill?
Well, I'd like to, I appreciate
the opportunity to hear more about what options are. I'm struggling with this because it absolutely is a burden for the homeowners, but the flip side of that is in regards to budgeting, and I understand that. I would imagine the homeowners budgeted for a higher amount that they ended up paying. And so the reality is there is that obligation based on what one is required to pay. And again, these property taxes, these are the monies that go to transportation, that go to the services that we all enjoy and that we all need, and that are part of what the city's responsibility is. So I'm struggling with this, but it is money when we have property taxes that we have the amount that we are supposed to be paying, and within budgets, I would hope that the full amount had been budgeted, and the fact that it didn't have to be paid at that time doesn't really negate the fact that, you know, without the mistake, it would have been paid. And so that's where my struggle's coming from.
Mr. Horton?
I'd like to hear from the DA's office on what could or could not be done and get some clarification. And at that point, we can have a little more discussion on the subject.
Okay, if that's the pleasure, we will, the DA will let me know when he has some information, and we'll bring this item back for discussion at that time for final. Yes.
Kimberly Adams with the Assessor's Office. In today's market, if your property tax bill decreases and you have not removed a significant improvement from your property, you did not have a fire, things of that nature, I would question a reduction in your tax bill. Your taxes, if your property is an owner-occupied primary residence, you should count on a 3% increase. All other properties cannot exceed the 8%. If the amount of your last year's tax bill exceeds that 3 or 8%, it will increase that 3 or the maximum of 8%. So any reduction I would question and contact our office. And Mayor, if I could just add, and members of the board and members of the public here, we have implemented several checks and balances in regards to the solar assessments. For an item that should not even be taxable, this has caused a huge, huge detriment to property owners and us having to spend all this time dealing with something that isn't even supposed to affect your assessed value and your taxes. But I just want to assure the public that I have asked the programmers that work our system for reports that we check monthly to make sure that the assessments are calculating correctly. And before we transfer the role to the treasurer for billing, we are going to be checking every single one of these properties to ensure that the calculation is correct. We're kind of at an impasse, hoping that the program does what it's supposed to do. But there's so many things in the back end that we don't see, and we don't see until the bill comes out, unfortunately. This is not how I wanted to start my first year of office, believe me. We pride ourselves at the assessor's office as being thorough and checking our work and providing as much transparency to the public as possible. So I would just ask that if the public has any questions, please, please, please come to our office or give us a call, and we will sit down and show you all the calculations that we have. And one other, if in fact the DA's office does not find a way for us to not proceed with the suggestion of allowing the 2 years to pay, I may entertain doing that supplemental bill so that it's easier to track those amounts, so that it doesn't affect their taxes that will be sent out July 1st. That would be a separate. So if you would give me guidance on that later on this afternoon as well.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, you cannot make public comment from the audience. I'm so sorry, but thank you. The comment's well taken. Okay, so we're going, oh, Ms. Schutte?
Kimberly, can you, just for clarification, so when somebody makes a solar panel improvement, so they improve their property, so this, the credit, if you will, is that they are not taxed on the higher value of the home because of the solar improvement, that their taxes are based on the pre-improvement value, or can you go clarify that?
So the assessed valuation that's attributed to that solar item should have no effect. It's literally supposed to be a line item. It goes on, say it's a $2,000 assessed valuation, and it comes off. It should have no effect whatsoever. Again, the system sees exempt, and it's treating it like a personal exemption, which do reduce your property taxes. The programmers, again, have been working on this and working on this and working on this to fix that issue. If I didn't have to report them, I wouldn't. But unfortunately, we have to give that to the Department of Taxation, who then, again, report to the Nevada legislature.
Thank you for
Hopefully that answered your question. Okay.
Okay, then we will delay final action on this item until the district attorney's office tells me they're ready for us to bring it back. And again, just, sorry. I'm sorry. It's not a good situation. Okay, we're going to move on then to agenda item 11C, which is discussion and possible action regarding the Carson City cost allocation plan for fiscal year June 30, 2022. This is our standard item that we do every year to charge all the non-general fund funds. Is there anything different or new and exciting for you to
Nope,
talk about
nothing
this,
new
Ms.
and
Vanderbilt?
exciting. This is very standard. We hire a third-party consultant to look at the audited numbers from '22 for the general fund and allocate them citywide. And then we do a little calculation at the bottom because we use this cost allocation plan in our '24 budget. So it's just adding a little money to move that to, like inflationary money, to move it to '24. So no, there are no changes from how we've done this in the past.
Does any member have a question on this? That's a lot of numbers. Okay.
It is a lot of numbers.
It's a lot of numbers. I didn't see anyone from the public sign up on this agenda item, but just in case, do I have any public comment on this? Okay, I'll accept a motion, please.
I move to approve the cost allocation plan as recommended.
I have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Motion, let the record reflect the motion carried with one no vote. Supervisor
Thank you.
White. Thank you. We're now going to move to item 17A, discussion and possible action regarding a presentation of the Carson City Roads funding. Dan's going to do that. Ms. Schutte, do I have a disclosure, please?
Yes, I do. Or yes, you do. I do too. All right. NRS 281A.420 requires me to disclose a conflict and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. This agenda item concerns direction to staff on funding for the construction and maintenance of Carson City's roads. My nephew, Chris Martinovich, is the city's transportation manager who will be presenting this item. While I do have a familial relationship with Chris, this item concerns the broader purpose of funding for Carson City's roads, and there is nothing specifically related to the position of transportation manager or to Chris in his personal capacity where the funding would affect him more or less than any other person employed by or residing in Carson City. Additionally, Nevada's ethics law give deference to the public policy of this state, which favors the right of a public official to perform the duties for which the public official was elected or appointed, and to vote because abstention disrupts the normal course of representative government. Since abstention is only required in clear cases, and I do not believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected because this agenda item concerns broad policy considerations, I make this disclosure for full transparency, but I will be voting on this item.
Thank you so much. Okay, Chris, are you going to start us off?
I'm going to start us off.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chris Martinovich, Transportation Manager. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. Before I turn over to Catherine, I just wanted to provide a little update on this project, kind of a refresher, if you will. So it's been a while since we presented to this board. I think it was back in the summer of 2021. And in that time, we've done a lot of detailed analysis on a few funding mechanisms that Catherine will go into here shortly. In addition to that, kind of giving a summary of the project, right? This project is really a project to identify local, sustainable, long-term funding for our local neighborhood streets and roads, not only in the short term, but over a 30-year period. And so, you know, as we look at possible ways to do that, the 4 funding mechanisms that Catherine's going to present are outlining some of those additional details that we looked at. There have been periodic, transfers through the general fund from the Board of Supervisors or additional federal fund money through ARPA or discretionary federal grants that are one-time from either Tiger or Raise for particular projects. But to this point, there is no long-term sustainable funding mechanism we have identified for our local roads. And as many of you know, we can see the deterioration on our roads when we drive down the streets. In addition to the detailed analysis that Catherine's been doing over the last several months, we've kicked off a public outreach campaign. PreserveCarsonCityRoads.com is our website, and on that website you can find a variety of information related to our street conditions, our current revenue sources, and a variety of other factors. On that website as well, you'll find information related to a survey. We've provided an initial kind of cut of the first results from that survey in the board packets. We're not ready to make any grand determinations from that information. It's just sort of the information we have to date, and we can continue to have and collect data from that survey. The last thing I want to mention is we've as part of that public outreach, we've done some presentations to a variety of community groups and one-on-ones with some individual members. We've heard a variety of comments from those community organizations, specifically what types of funding and what kinds of mechanisms could fund our roads. And we've heard comments such as, why can't we do more general fund transfers to local roads? Why can't we have more property taxes or other hotel room taxes or redirection of other funds to local roadways? We've had comments made about why isn't development paying more for local roadways? So wanted to pass those comments along because we've heard those as well. And we're happy to entertain other options for these funding mechanisms beyond the 4 that Catherine's going to provide into, but I wanted to provide you some of that for that input we've had. So before I turn it over to Catherine, I just want to say we're looking for feedback from this board on sort of the next steps. Which of those mechanisms make sense? Which ones don't? What additional questions and details do you need? Do you have for us to continue our work and make progress in this area? So with that, I'm sure Catherine's open for questions through the presentation. I anticipate a discussion afterward, but I'm going to turn it over to Catherine to go through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay. So I was given the opportunity to perform this study for the city. And as Chris has already said, the purpose is to examine the 4 local roads funding mechanisms that I was directed to look at and to determine the best mechanisms to close the funding gap. Chris has already mentioned too, that as part of this effort, there's been an identity given to the project and a website has been created. And the outcome of all of this is to get to a point where there's a financing strategy and path forward for the city. The study has been based on several data sources, including the city's data, RTC data, maps, financial documentation, what's written in the Nevada revised statutes, and what is required by the Nevada Department of Taxation. This effort looks at not just road maintenance, but it also looks at all the functions that that are associated with roads that the Public Works Department is in charge of. And the reason for doing that is that although the
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Could this person identify herself, first, last name, and business she represents?
That's fine. Yeah. My name's Catherine Hansford, and I'm principal of Hansford Economic Consulting.
You pull that a little closer to yourself. You may need to.
Yes. Catherine Hansford. I am the principal of Hansford Economic Consulting.
It's on the slide. Go ahead.
Okay. So the focus is roadway maintenance, but as part of looking at a funding strategy going forward, it's also important to think about the other functions that the city provides, because there is leeway, leverage for movement of funds and what they get spent on. So I'm going to quickly talk about, we identified really 8 functions that the city has for roads. So pavement maintenance, right-of-way, that's things like sweeping, sanding, and snow removal. Road reconstruction, so if a road fails and it needs to be reconstructed. Access, mobility, and safety, things like pedestrian crossings and bike lanes, sidewalks and ramps. Landscape and public spaces, so there's, if you think about things like median strips and places where the public can sit on the benches, those types of things. Sidewalks, traffic operations, signage and streetlights and traffic lights. And we did also include transit. Transit is a little bit different, but as part of this effort, it's there's a couple of funding mechanisms that really stand out that could be good for transit. So thinking long term. Okay, so really focusing on the roads and the state of the roads. The city performs this pavement condition index. The last 2 years, this report has shown that the regional roads are in satisfactory condition. They have a pavement condition index in that green zone. If you look on the left, it goes from good down to failed. So green, satisfactory, they're in pretty good condition. The local roads are poor, fair to poor. So that's really why, as Chris said, the focus is on local roads. All right. Busy diagram here, but this is to show what the funding sources are for roads in Carson City. And if you look at the dollar signs on each of these ribbons, you can see there's a $1, $2, and $3. And if it's got just a $1, that means that funding is in the tens of thousands. If there's $2, it's in the hundreds of thousands. And $3, it means it's in the millions of dollars. So just to give you an idea of scale. Some of these do get shared between regional and local roads as a matter of policy by the city. So for example, streets maintenance sales tax that's in place, that gets shared. There is a 5.35 cent gas tax that gets shared between regional and local roads. So you can see that the really big sources of funding are from grants, the streets maintenance sales tax you have in place, the 9-cent gas tax. So gas taxes are a large portion of it. And then there's some other things like the infrastructure highway tax that's in place. There's some improvement districts in place and just some other various ones. The 5-cent diesel tax, that was approved by the voters in November. But when we go, But when we go looking at the regional roads And the local roads, I'm not going to talk specific, I just want to toggle between these two. You can see there, this is the local roads only funding sources. This is the regional roads only funding sources. There's a lot more money going to regional roads, and that's been directed by policy. But this is where the problem is. Local roads funding sources are slim. The franchise fees are dedicated solely to the local roads, and then there's just a few grants that come in, but there's really not a strong stream of dedicated funding for local roads. Okay. In terms of what the dollar amount is, what that funding gap looks like, currently there's about these are all rounded numbers, about $10 million in revenue that comes in, and I'm excluding grants, and I'm excluding money that comes in specifically to pay for debt service. Operating expenses are about $5.5 million, and that leaves about $4.5 million a year for capital expenses. The Pavement Conditions Index report identifies that if you were to keep the local roads in a fair condition and the regional roads in satisfactory condition, that would cost about $25.5 million a year. So that leaves a funding gap of $21 million. Okay, these are the 4 funding options I was asked to look at in detail. The first one is called a Local Improvement Special District. SID is kind of what it gets called. This is NRS 271. This would be a new funding source. And this funding source is used for discrete projects in defined geographies. There are 2 types of districts that can be formed under this statute: infrastructure special improvement districts and maintenance neighborhood improvement districts. The city already has 2 maintenance neighborhood improvement districts. So staff and everyone here is quite familiar with that. An infrastructure special improvement district is used quite regularly in Nevada. And it is used specifically for capital projects. For example, if a road needs to be repaved, and perhaps you have also sewer that needs to go in at the same time, or water pipelines that go in at the same time, that can be a really good vehicle for financing that particular project. And I am going to go into more detail with all of these. The General Improvement District, this is under NRS 318. You can have a GID that is responsible specifically for streets and alleys. This could include curbs, gutter, sidewalks, street lighting, and snow removal. And then the other 2 types of funding options are sales taxes. One is a special purposes sales tax, and this is just like the one you currently have. So there is up to an additional quarter-cent sales tax that the city could charge on all taxable transactions within the city. Now that requires voter approval. The 4th one is infrastructure sales tax, and this is an existing sales tax. It's nothing, it wouldn't be anything new, but you would continue to collect a tax that is currently in place once it's no longer needed for that specific use. Okay, in the October 2022 technical report, all these funding options are described, and there's a lot of detail in the report, and it provides some overarching observations, and basically what I'm going to summarize today. To look at, to compare the 4 different funding sources, I looked at particular attributes, and I'm going to run through each of these attributes. Starting off with the boundaries. The 2 sales taxes, as you know, that's citywide. That applies to any sales transaction within the city. The special districts, the local improvement special district, this can be non-contiguous, so you can have parcels that are affected by the project included. When you create a SID, that you're creating the boundaries at that time. You can't then come in and annex more properties into it, versus the maintenance one, you can do that. With the general improvement district, this can be citywide, or you could carve out exactly where you wish this to be applied. It doesn't have to be contiguous boundary, and you can annex properties into the district.
Can I ask a quick question? So
Yes.
on the SID, the only people that are paying into the SID are the ones within the district.
Yes.
That's a fair statement, correct?
Yes.
So let's say Colorado Street is a street that we decide to put in a SID. And maybe at the same time, we decide we're going to do Colorado and Solomon. Those are regional streets, bad examples, but I'm using big streets. So we pick the neighborhood streets, say south of Colorado, as one district. And maybe at the same time, we pick neighborhood streets off of Northgate at the same time to put in the SID, correct? That would be a possibility, because we're going to do those two neighborhoods on an overlay as an example. So an assessment would be made against the properties within the boundaries of those two districts.
Yes, I think you would have two separate SIDs because the project costs would be
You said you can be
unique to-
non-contiguous.
correct, it can.
So why would you do two separate SIDs?
Well, you would want to show the equity of cost allocation amongst the different parcels.
Okay.
So if they have very different project costs,
So in reality, we probably would never do non-contiguous.
you could end up with you could end up with a parcel that might be exempt, or something like that. You have a federal parcel that's exempt.
Okay. I'm just trying to get an understanding as
Yeah.
to why you would call out the non-contiguous nature of it if, in reality, we're never going to do non-contiguous allocations.
So to that point, though, so let's say there was a development within the SID, and that particular development, the roads were maintained by homeowners, by an HOA. Would at that point, then that be non-contiguous?
Well, why would you put it in the SID?
You wouldn't put it
You
there.
wouldn't, you wouldn't put it in the SID.
Development wouldn't be in the SID, so
Right.
it would be very
Create a
specific to,
non-contiguous SID.
okay.
Correct, it could.
Okay.
Yes.
I got you. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I was just trying to understand the importance of why you're calling out the non-contiguous nature if we're never going to really, in practicality, do
Carve outs.
non-contiguous. So just trying to understand the thought process. Thank you.
Okay. Formation steps. So with a SID, the Board of Supervisors can initiate the process to form one. If more than 50% of the cost is borne by the customers and a majority of customers object, then it cannot be formed. This SID can be quite administratively burdensome, especially if you're doing 4 or 5 SIDs each year. So it's a lot of staff time to put this together and go through all the administrative steps that are necessary per NRS to do that. With a general improvement district, the Board of Supervisors can conform a GID by ordinance. You do have to notice every property owner that would be in the GID. And if you had more than 50% of them protest, then you would not be able to move forward with the GID. So there is public input for that. With the sales taxes, for the special purpose sales tax, that does require voter approval. And so you would be looking at a public information campaign with that. And then the infrastructure sales tax, that one is very low in terms of effort and formation because you already actually have it in place. It would be a matter of the Board of Supervisors would revise the plan of expenditures for that revenue stream. So you, in essence, you repurpose it. The V&T bonds get paid off in December 2025, and you can continue the tax, but you have to amend that plan of expenditure as to what you're spending the taxation on. Legal autonomy and accountability. With the exception of the GID, the City Board of Supervisors has the legal authority for each of the funding sources. For the General Improvement District, you still do have the legal authority, but it's a little bit different because what you're doing is you're creating a separate legal entity. The Board of Supervisors will become the ex officio Board of Trustees of the district. And that board has to meet at least once a year to conduct affairs for the district. But you can appoint a local district managing board to run the day-to-day affairs of the GID. And they might meet once a month or once every 2 months, for example. And they can make most decisions. They cannot make decisions on taxation and bonding. So, but for most intents and purposes, the Board of Supervisors would be the Board of Trustees.
So when you say a managing board can be appointed, do they have to be appointed? Is
No.
that mandatory?
No.
Okay.
Can I ask one more clarifying question between the SID and the GID or the NID? Just so it's clear in everybody's mind. These are, well, in both cases, they're essentially assessments based against a plan of expenditure. So they are above and outside the tax rate, correct?
That's
They don't
correct.
affect the tax rate. They
Correct.
are above and beyond.
Yes. We are not talking about ad valorem taxes. We're talking about
I
assessments.
just wanted that to be clear because
Yes.
it's an important, and I didn't see it anywhere in here, so.
Yes, that is
Thank you.
an important distinction. I'll point out one other thing. I might have it on another slide, but a general improvement district can also form SIDs. So if you have a general improvement district with a board that's managing roads, and there is a particular project that needs something that's maybe a little bit outside of the scope of the day-to-day affairs of the GID, you could form a SID specific to the purpose of that project. A little bit on flexibility of service provision. So the SID is very rigid. It's the most rigid of them. You form a district for specific expenditures, and that's really it. With the general improvement district, the flexibility is determined when you form the district. It's all about what you put into that formation document as to what the powers are of the GID. So the formation is extremely important with the GID. For the taxes, they are the most, well, I should say, they have the most flexibility, and you will see that in some of these slides as we go along here. As far as revenue sources and collection of those sources, I'll address the taxes first. That's really very straightforward. The taxes get submitted to the state. The state does take a small portion of that as their administrative fee, and then they disperse the money to the city. So that's just as you are used to doing business with the state for the sales taxes. For the SID, these would be special assessments. You would place them on the property tax roll. You can also, the city can perform all of that effort to put the assessments on the tax roll, but you can also outsource it to a third party. City of Reno and a few of the southern cities, they outsource it. You do need to have an annual report, and you do need a public hearing each year for the neighborhood improvement districts, which you currently do. For the GID, you can have, well, actually you are required to charge special assessments for roads functions, but you can charge parcel charges for snow removal and lighting. So you can use a combination of those two methods of collection. You can collect the money either by putting it onto the property taxes, in which case you have to have a public hearing each year, or you can include those charges with your city utility bills, so with water and sewer bills. So a little bit of flexibility there. When it comes to method of apportionment, I'll do the sales taxes first because I think everyone's familiar with that. There's no method of apportionment really. It's just that it's just the addition of the sales tax to transactions. With the special improvement districts, the NRS just says special assessment has to be on an equitable basis. It could be by lineal front footage, but it could be by some other determination that you feel is the most equitable for that situation. Federal properties are exempt from SIDS, and school district properties must consent to be assessed. So with the general improvement district, again, it's fairly loose, fairly flexible. Parcel charges, there's no prescribed methodology of how to charge the parcel charges in the NRS. And special assessments are paid by the land and the premises benefited by the improvements apportioned. Again, it just says on an equitable basis. So you could even use a combination of methodologies. You could have some costs that are apportioned by number of parcels, some that are apportioned by lineal front footage, some that are apportioned by building square feet on the parcel. And so you have the opportunity for a lot of public input and a lot of creativity as to find the most equitable way to charge.
So a per parcel charge, for instance, could be assessed for snow removal on the streets where we actually do snow removal.
Yes.
And on the streets where it's not done, that assessment wouldn't be levied. It's just an example, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so the authority to issue debt securities, you can bond against the sales taxes revenues. You can also bond for the improvement district. These are special assessment bonds, and these are actually considered not a debt of the municipality, but of the district. And similarly, for the GID, you can issue revenue bonds and special assessment bonds. And my understanding is these are legally considered special obligations and not debts of the city. So basically, you can leverage your future revenue stream from any of these sources. If you have a big project, for example, and you want to get more funding upfront for paying for that.
Sherry, do we know how bonding would work with a district in terms without the full faith of the cities backing it? I mean, where would we stand with a bond rating and how would that all work? I'm not asking for a 5-page report, just what your thoughts are real quick.
Yeah, my thoughts are, I don't believe a general improvement district can issue its own debt. We would issue the debt for it. I don't believe that a general improvement district can issue its own debt. I believe we would issue the debt for it based on our credit rating and then use that as pledged revenue.
Well, that's different from what you just said.
So we can issue that type of debt, but using our own bond rating, we get a better interest rate.
Yes, I agree
Okay,
with that.
that's what I wanted to know.
Right.
So the GID can issue debt, but practically we probably wouldn't because it wouldn't have
It would
a
have
bond
a
rating.
worse,
It would have no bond rating because
right.
it
It
just
wouldn't have
started.
a great interest rate.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
Okay. Okay, and then dissolution or removal. How easy is it to dismantle one of these? The sales taxes, the special purpose sales tax, that's based on a voter approved term. So it could be in perpetuity or it could have a sunset. With the infrastructure sales tax, that can be removed by Board of Supervisors action. And if that revenue source is no longer needed for what you said you're going to use it for in that plan of expenditures, then you must repeal it. With the SID, that is in place until a project cost is paid, and so you would have a defined term on that, and then once it's been paid off, it's gone, it's dissolved. The neighborhood improvement district, by its nature, is intended to continue in perpetuity. However, it can be dissolved if there is a petition of property owners and they hold more than 50% of the assessed value. And finally, for the general improvement district, that can be dissolved by resolution of the Board of Supervisors, by majority of the Board of Supervisors. Okay. So this is meant to be a visual, just to sort of glance your eye across. These are the maintenance road functions. If you look at the bottom, I've got those icons. pavement, traffic control, mobility and access, landscape, sidewalks, transit, and right-of-way functions. And then the revenue source is going down on the left side of the table there. So you can see, and I mentioned this right at the beginning, that the special purposes sale tax is very flexible. You can use that source of funding for any of these road functions. The infrastructure sales tax is also very flexible. It has a limitation with transit, and that's because it has to be used for a cultural or historical use of the money. The general improvement district, you can see there, it cannot be used to fund transit. It can be used for road pavement, traffic operations, sidewalks, right-of-way. It can be used for access, mobility, safety, and landscape and public spaces, provided they are integral to that road. So if you have a median strip with landscaping, that could be included, for example. But if you have a little plaza off to the side of the road with fountains and benches, that's really not part of the road function. So that's why it says it's limited. With the special improvement districts, that again was sort of narrowing down, is more limited. Yes, it can fund some maintenance, but it cannot fund it in perpetuity. It will pay for the project. Once the project is done, that funding source is gone. Okay. And then I'll be a little bit more brief on this because this is more about new construction. But again, it just shows again that the sales taxes can be used for many functions, and then you start getting more limited with the special districts. Okay. So to summarize, the residents, business, and visitors can provide the sources of money for roads preventative maintenance and repair and other roads-related functions. A combination of new funding sources for roads is needed to fill the funding gap, most particularly, again, going back to local roads because they're not eligible for the federal transportation grants, which you get a lot of money for regional roads from those federal grants. Looking at the potential revenue generation, and I want to be very clear that this is an illustrative example, this is not a proposal. But the total funding gap, as mentioned earlier, $21 million to keep all the roads in their current conditions. If you levied that full authority for another quarter-cent sales tax, you could raise $4 million. If you continued the infrastructure sales tax, you would have $1 million from that. If you were to form a GID with special assessments and parcel charges, this is where you have to think about what level of fees you would be willing to propose to the public. But for purposes of conversation and illustration, I have that at 13 million. So you would be left in that case, if you did that, with a funding gap of about 3 million. And that is about what the city receives on average from some federal grants. And you could also have some SIDs to fund that gap too. So what does that mean to a homeowner? Well, the special purpose sales tax, if that was at the full 0.25%, this one's a little tricky to estimate, but we've estimated about $11.50 a month. And it does assume that visitors generate about 20% of your sales tax revenue. That number isn't exactly known. In fact, the city, I think, estimates it somewhere between 20 and 40%, but we said 20% just to be more conservative. The infrastructure sales tax, this is not a new tax. It's a continuation of something that's already happening. So $0 for that. With a special assessment, if you have a GID, if you wanted to raise $13 million, you'd be looking at about $35 a month in the special assessment and $3.50 a month in a parcel charge. Now, again, it's very illustrative because it depends very much how you apportion the costs amongst the different land uses. So with some methodologies, for example, if you did it by parcel size, you can imagine a large industrial parcel would get a lot of cost. But if you do it by lineal footage, it might be a different cost apportionment. So what I'm trying to say is that that $35 that what you're seeing there for a typical homeowner is based on some assumptions I have made for cost allocation, which is preliminary. But it gives you an idea. Yes.
So it's property owner, not just homeowner. I mean, you're articulating homeowner costs because you're showing that, but
Yeah.
in reality, the GID would be every parcel absent the exclusions that you talked about.
Yes.
So on the sales tax, help me understand if the existing infrastructure tax, which is 0.125, is generating $3 per month, why would the special purpose tax, which is double the 0.125, be more than double in cost to the citizens?
Yeah, I think I took that $3 a month from something that the city had already published, and the $11.50 was based on calculations that I made.
Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director for the record, just to add to that. So currently after debt payments on the V&T infrastructure tax bonds, the remaining that's left
so
already
okay.
goes to roads. So she's just saying the $1 million is additional to
So
what
you're
we're
not-
already
the
putting to
$3 per
roads.
month is not the full amount that's collected from the 0.125. It's only the portion that is in the plan of expenditures for roads.
This would be
Existing.
additionally what would be going to roads from what we're currently putting there after debt payments.
Okay, thank you. That wasn't, I was struggling with those numbers because they didn't
Yeah,
match.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So the findings. First of all, the city has a lot of flexibility under your existing legal authority. You can change policy to reallocate funds amongst the road functions as part of an overall financing strategy. There's no legal limitation on how you spend the money. The city has made policies as to how to spend the money, but you have a lot of flexibility. There's no restriction on application of these new funding sources either between local and regional roads. So you can be very specific in your design, for example, with the GID as to, you could say we're charging this specifically and only for local roads if you want to, or you could charge a portion for local and a portion for regional. A road's GID does hold potential for flexibility, accountability, and creativity. I mentioned that already. You can get a lot of public input to craft what that GID would look like. And also, you can include several road-related functions in its basic powers. And you could, over time, start out with only really exercising one of those powers. For example, you might start out with only funding maintenance of local roads, and over time, you might add snow removal or another function. The key with the GID is when you form it, that you include all the powers you can think of that you might want the GID to exercise, even if it never does. A new special purposes sales tax could help fund the gap. However, it does decrease potential funding for other city infrastructure because there is a cap of that. You're already using 0.25%. You have a cap of a 0.5%. So in this analysis, I refer to having that quarter-cent sales tax, but that means then you can't use it on city buildings or some other project you might have in mind for the city. Also, it needs voter approval, so timing is really important with that one. There is one funding source that does not require formation of a new entity or funding mechanism, and that's the V&T infrastructure and highways tax that's already in place. That's that 8% sales tax. The SIDs and the NIDs are excellent for funding specific projects. So it could be an administratively burdensome program, but it can work well for specific projects that have the support of the folks who would be affected by it. Some funding mechanisms are well suited to fund transit. Again, not the focus, but it's an interesting thing that comes out of the report. The special purposes sales taxes can be used for transit, and SIDs are actually excellent for transit because they can fund the systems in perpetuity. So I've talked several times about the SID only being able to fund a project and then it doesn't continue to pay for it. That's for roads, but for transit, it's different. For transit, it could keep funding it in perpetuity. Okay, and finally, what would you be looking at in terms of implementation timeline? So those SIDs, they probably take probably 6 months, really more realistically, to form each one. A general improvement district, I think you'd be looking at having that created and in place by the beginning of the next fiscal year, so July of 2024. The special purpose sales tax, because it requires voter approval and there is a specified timeline after which it can be implemented. So if you had approval from a November election, the earliest you could have it implemented would be April of the following year. So that'd be April 2025. And then finally, the infrastructure sales tax, that's that repurposing of the tax that's in place. Those bonds will be completely paid off by December 2025. So you could start using that money then in January of 2026. And yeah, any questions?
Does any member have any? You've been asking as he went along the way, but anybody else have any just general comments? No easy answers for anything here. I'll ask a question because I don't think it's just local and regional. Or, again, I like to call them neighborhood roads because I think it's something our public would understand is I want the road in front of my house fixed or on the way to my house fixed. But is not the state embarking on an entire road plan themselves? And so I'm looking for what is their plan with all the electric vehicles and changes that are occurring, because I certainly don't want to do anything in a vacuum. And is there an opportunity for a statewide solution that might be happening, that then the locals would get an apportionment from a larger collection method? And I didn't see that in any discussions here, because I certainly think that's, I don't know if the legislature or the state's going to address just roads in their totality. So, you have anything on that?
I'll take initial stab at this. Chris Martinovich, Transportation Manager. So I appreciate those comments, Mayor. I think that the state was commissioned by the Nevada legislature back in 21 to form an advisory committee. I think we've spoken at the RTC and the Campo board specifically about that. That committee was created to look at long-range sustainable transportation funding at a statewide level, as was mentioned. That committee completed their efforts. They provided a report and submitted that to the legislature. If anyone would like to see that report, it is posted on Campo's website, carsonareampo.com, and that information is available there if anyone would like to see that report. I understand there are some bill draft requests related to that in the Nevada legislature. In essence, it had a number of mechanisms from adjusting fuel taxes to probably the biggest recommendation was moving out of a fuel tax revenue source into a road user charge type revenue source, where you would report miles of in some fashion, and you would be charged on a per mile driven factor of some fashion. That all has to be determined. And then the method of apportionment, not only from the state, but how that gets applied to the locals and individual jurisdictions would still have to be worked out. We have a relatively clear but complicated process in NRS for how fuel taxes are apportioned at the statewide level into counties and cities. That would have to be created for a road user charge type mechanism. So the legislature is working on that. That sustainable funding report did recommend that in the future to account for new emerging technologies in vehicle fuel, whether that's electric, hydrogen, or the next fuel source that's going to power our transportation system. A road user charge kind of covers all of that and captures all of that on a big picture scale.
So we see some potential recommendations maybe coming out of this legislative session?
I think there'll be some movement. I'm hopeful there'll be some movement to move into another direction. I think the earliest that concept was going to be implemented was maybe 2030, 2035. So it's still looking 10 to 15 years down the road before that system would be fully created and probably implemented.
Wow.
Other states are doing it. I'll note Utah is probably one of the leaders in this area in a road usage charge. They have a relatively clear and simple system with how they gather, collect, and proportion revenue generated through a road usage charge type factor. It's an interesting system, but Utah's got a little bit different state law than Nevada does, so it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison.
Supervisor Schutte?
I would just like to revisit the special purpose sales tax. And so what was mentioned was it was a 20% or it was, you referred to out-of-town visitors would be contributing for this proposal based on about 20%. And yet, Mr. Stuckey, you had mentioned that, or I think you said 20 to 40%, or was that, or sorry, oh, I'm sorry about that. So in essence, if, because our community, and I'm just thinking about the emphasis now that we are looking at in terms of really building up a more robust visitor experience and inviting folks to come in. So a special purpose tax really, it could look more like 5,000 or 5 million or something like that. Is that correct?
Well, the amount is based off of what you currently collect for your streets maintenance tax, which is the same, it's 0.25%. So it's the same, it's exactly what you already receive in revenues from 0.25%.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. And if I could say one more thing on that. Your sales taxes help, you have that visitor spending. So, one idea is that you have that money, then maybe that's good to spend that on regional roads, and maybe you redirect some of the money you're currently putting towards regional roads into the neighborhood streets.
Supervisor Giomi?
It's troubling to hear that the state is going to kick the can down the road for another 10 or 12 years, if that's reality, because, I hate for us to do all this work and assess fees, and then the state comes along and does something similar that fixes the problem. It's frustrating that it's getting done in isolation. There's nothing we can do about it. It's frustrating. And well, there is something we can do about it. We have spoken to the governor about trying to move things along and have local governments be involved in that discussion. You started off the discussion, Chris, with a lot of the questions that we all get and you get. I'd love to see you take those questions and put them on the website with answers to those questions. I think that, there's a way to get an answer to every one of those questions, and then everyone can see that answer, and yes, we could take general funds, but then what are we going to unfund? All of our general fund revenues are directed towards things that were police, fire, parks. Yeah, we could do it, but we'd have to unfund something. I like the fact that we can assess sales tax for this. I think it's important to not have that burden only on our residents, because our visitors use the road, and we know we're a regional hub for our surrounding counties. So it's only fair in my mind that if anything gets implemented, the sales tax, in my mind, even though has to be voter approved on the one hand, I think to me that's a no-brainer, because it's assessed to all of those visitors that we get who impact our roads. The other two, the concept is good. It's a big price tag. It's a big ask to say that every home in Carson is going to pay $35 a month. It's a big ask. And some businesses are going to pay probably significantly more than that if we base it off of frontage, which probably makes a little bit of sense to me. So I don't know where we end up. I don't know where we're going to end up today. I don't know what our direction is going to be. I would be more comfortable if we had an advisory question on the ballot relative to the GID and the SIDS. So I guess I would challenge you to see if there's a way to do an advisory question, because I'd like there to be some input from people. And if the overwhelming majority are against it, then we need to be prepared to drive on roads that are going to eventually be dirt. I'm not trying to be overly dramatic there. They will eventually go back to being dirt roads. And if our community's okay with that, then I guess we'll have to be okay with that.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. For me, I agree that the sales tax spreads the pain among all the users. I do like the idea of the GID because it can be fairly customized. That being said, we had quite a conversation today about the flexibility and different options to do different things. For me, this agenda item comes down to one thing, and that is maintaining asphalt. I am not interested in snow removal, sidewalks, lighting, bicycle paths. We can get funding for all that other stuff. For me, this is absolutely strictly asphalt maintenance and rebuilding already failed roads, local neighborhood roads. We can get funding for everything else. That said, I think we also have to be very cognizant that wherever we do end up with this, we spend this money in the most advantageous way for the majority of the users. In other words, if we go into one of our pavement districts and we identify the need is, and I don't know if these numbers are even close to relevant, 2 miles of failed road that can be reconstructed, or 20 miles of pavement maintenance. I think we do the 20 miles of maintenance, not the 2 miles of reconstruction. I don't think it's too soon to start considering what sort of policies we're going to insist on once we land on a funding mechanism. I think we need to start considering those things now.
So I think that something interesting about the SID methodology is that it can be brought to us by a neighborhood community that wants to fix their roads. We could actually turn this around, that it is not generated by us as the board. So I'm getting, again, not suggesting this, it's just an idea, a group for Lindsay Drive. They want their road fixed. They could petition to have a SID. And so I want to tell everyone I'm not opposed to a SID, because if that neighborhood wants to sign up for it and say, whatever, I'll pay $300 a year assessment for the next 15 years so I can have a specific purpose fix to my road. So I think I didn't hear it in the discussion, but I want to put that out on the air. The SID could be brought to us by a community of interest, right? So I'm not opposed to a SID that is brought to me from a segment of our public, right? Absolutely. We have 2 NIDs now, right? And that's a community of interest that does particular activity. So if there's any groups in the public that want to fix their neighborhood section of roads and are willing to form that SID, I would be interested to see. It would be, but I would entertain that.
Here, that could happen
Now.
today.
Yes, now.
To any neighborhood for almost any purpose. I mean,
Correct.
it could be to improve a park in their neighborhood or, right? So that
I
could
just-
happen today.
Right, so I just thought I would put that on the record that this board, I would be happy to put that on an agenda if anyone brought that forward to say we want to form a SID. So, or an ID, but it's a SID can make an ID, that's all perfectly fine. But I want to bring that, just bring that up to the public that, yes, we would entertain that. Because there are people that really would pay for it, but I recognize the 318 district. I would assume we would look to a citywide. The difficulty on those, if I'm super honest, it still doesn't mean that if I started $35 a month you started paying, it doesn't mean your road is the first one getting picked to get fixed, because you're going to accumulate dollars throughout, and then we're going to have a methodology which really this board would be putting together to say it's the 20 miles versus the 2. So you still may not get your road done. It's not going to be magic. Yay, I started paying $35 a month and now my road gets fixed. So I don't want that misnomer out there either, because it simply isn't true. You go to the thing that has the worst PCI or the greatest good for the most travel, or so. That's why there's just no magic in any of these decisions. The sales tax option, there are 2. I have no issue with going on to a ballot and asking the public, right? It's voter approved. If they want it, great. If they don't, they've made that decision. So I am all in favor of the sales tax component being put on a ballot. The people made that decision with the diesel tax, right? They made that decision that roads are important and that they think it's a job that government must do, because individually, you're not going to fix the road right in front of your house. You need the whole road fixed. So I'm in favor of the sales tax going to a vote of the people. They can decide that mechanism. And then the other sales tax, we can decide as a board. Again, it's something everyone's already paying. I am sure when the V&T bond is paid off, I know one of the largest things I'm asked for is to fix roads. So I don't mind putting money instead of debt service to a road, right? That's flexibility that we have once that debt's paid off. So fixing our roads, certainly. So for me, those 2, and then I'm interested to see on the SIDS if any local areas are interested in that. I'm not ready personally to kick off the GID discussion yet. I'm just not sold there yet. Is it a way to make big dollars? Yes, but it's also big dollars to the residents. And interestingly enough, the solar discussion this morning, some of those bills were $200 for their back assessment, and they're saying it's a burden. But they can't, it's a burden. And so I'm like, wow, $35 a month in a GID for many of our residents would be a huge burden. So.
Thanks, Mayor. Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director, for the record. I guess I just, on the GID, I mean, Catherine, we wanted to put up an example, very high level for the public to understand, that could go up, that could go down. And until we get into the methodology and bring forward different alternatives, it's hard to really gauge the impact of the GID. And so I guess my question for discussion maybe is the board interested in kind of a second phase, rather than throwing the GID out, a second phase where we look at different methodologies? As Catherine mentioned, we could use trip generation for parcels, we could use frontage, we could use partial area, and come up with 3 or 4. We could even run it through public meetings on a public survey, put these alternatives out there for a GID, and maybe there's some alternative that could get support. I guess I just wanted to put that out there rather than latching on to that $35 a month. Maybe we can explore some different options and bring it back to RTC, bring it back to the board, bring it to the general public, if that's something that you guys are interested in.
Supervisor Giomi.
Yeah, I thank you for bringing that up. I would love to see that. I think we would be at fault if we didn't take that next step and at least explore it. And I particularly like your comments about presenting it as often as we can to the public to give that input with the online survey and to the RTC and you know, whatever other alphabet soup you can present it to that gives people the opportunity to provide some input. Because maybe the $35 a month sticker is scaring us because it's, you know, it's a flat rate. Maybe I'd pay 50 a month, but you might pay 10 a month. And maybe that is more palatable for some. And if it comes up with a solution, then I think we have a responsibility to investigate that because we have to do something about these roads. So.
Well, and also, I mean, as Catherine mentioned too, maybe there's a level of service threshold that people are comfortable with that's lower than, you know, maintaining a higher PCI. I mean, that's something we can discuss and look at as alternatives as well.
I think those are all great things to bring back. Thanks.
Supervisor White.
Thank you. In regards to the charge per frontage on a parcel, I was contacted by a constituent that was concerned that he lives on a corner. And would he get hammered on both
yes,
sides
me
or
too.
just where the address goes?
Yeah, good point. I mean, absolutely. I hear
Right.
that. We can look at all those scenarios. Yep.
Yeah,
And we don't have to use frontage. So
Well, if we do.
if you
we
use
wanna-
assessed value, you may be able to articulate different areas of the community to get the variable rates that you're looking for.
But those are the things they can explore.
Right.
Everything we talked about is what they
Right,
can explore.
right.
So.
I'm just saying, we don't have to use frontage.
And also to the idea of surveying the community as to what level of service they think is appropriate, I would invite our community members to go drive around Galveston, Texas, and Sutter Creek, California, and assess really how bad are our streets. I would say in comparison to those two communities, not too bad. We do have some hot spots that need to be fixed, but you compare this community to Galveston and Sutter Creek, I don't think we're doing too bad.
Supervisor Shooty, and then I'll take public comment. Okay.
I love the direction this conversation is going in terms of looking at alternatives. And what comes to mind when thinking about alternatives and thinking about needs and interest and you know, people within the community, what they want, what we collectively want perhaps. But what comes to mind, and this isn't about the roads per se, but the whole snow removal in the last month and how, you know, I received phone calls from some people frustrated that the snow hadn't been removed. I received phone calls from some people frustrated that the roads had been plowed because of the berms or because of, you know, the placement of the snow. I received a person who reached out frustrated that because his home was kind of on top of a hill that the plowing wasn't 2 lanes versus 1. And so depending on who you ask, there's that different need and that different, their point of what they can tolerate, what they can't, what they want, what they don't. And so I think this conversation is great, and to really take a survey and to get the different opinions listed and then be able to kind of coordinate the way forward based on, you know, just the thoughts and the needs of the neighborhoods or even the city as a whole.
Okay. So I'm going to open this up now is there anyone that would like public comment on this item? Mr. French?
Mayor and board supervisors. As to possible remedies, $35 a month to me is huge. And I would be on the lower end of assessments. And so those type of considerations I would suggest are not just my own issues. But so I want alternatives and possibilities. I looked into the idea of having a lottery. Lotteries aren't all they're structured to be. On the first sight, they look great, but there's a lot of issues in where the actual money ends up. I am looking at an article from the Nevada Appeal from Saturday, February 4th, A9. It's on the front page originally and carries over, and it suggests that Nevada casinos had a 2002 with a record gaming revenue figure. How much, I've looked into the taxing and where it comes from and how much different entities like mining or, in this case, casinos, hotels, motels, and such. And I'm going, a lot of people are making a lot of profit, and I'm all for that. Individuals that can make a profit off what they do is great, but we're not. We're not as a city making a profit off of their profits. And the state's not stepping in, even with their over revenue right now, their abundance of money apparently. They're not putting out the grants as much as I would like to see them do it. So I would like those things to be considered. And gaming really is a matter of what they want the odds to be. What do we want our odds to be? If we keep kicking this down the can down the road, our odds are that we're never going to catch up. And it's always going to be which is going to be the priority. And everybody's going to be hurt by that. So we've got to sort of go, okay, where's the safety issue? Where is the practicality of just comfort and looks? What's that going to do to a homeowner's value? All the different considerations when safety has to be first. And right now, potholes are everywhere. There's a bunch of different situations as far as drainage that are being messed up because of that. I appreciate the consideration. Anybody, we've all been around a while. And this has been a problem since I've been here. And I know you put that as part of your campaign, Ms. Supervisor Gomi, is that really streets are a priority. And safety is my priority. So safety is number one, no matter how we calculate it. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like public comment on this? Ms. Neets?
I don't know where you got this $35 from. The consultant's presentation clearly said homeowners would pay $50 a month, making it sound like 35 is no help, really. You always look to the poor overtaxed homeowners. You are joking about this $50 a month. I live on a fixed income. I do my own taxes, because I can't afford an accountant. So I know exactly what my fixed expenses are in terms of mortgage and property taxes and insurances and utilities. And at the end of all of that, I have about $300 a month left for food, gas, and clothes. I have no idea where you think I'm going to get another $50 a month to pay for roads. I have some suggestions to start this process. As a measure of good faith, I think you ought to reduce your salaries so that you can feel the same pain that the homeowners are feeling. This I know is happening in another country. Potholes cause insurance claims, so the insurance companies are paying for road repairs so that it reduces their claim amounts. Since we have a large, well-paid city staff, we need to stop hiring expensive outside consultants. We need to divert more of the existing taxes, such as the street maintenance, diesel 1-cent tax, and 9-cent gas tax, from regional roads to local roads. If the regional roads have other sources of funding, federal sources, then let's do something smart for our town. We also need to put a hiatus on special projects such as useless roundabouts and other pieces of concrete that are put in the middle of roads for no particular reason, and I'm going to cite East Long Street. near State Street for that. And finally, we need to charge the developers, as you might have expected me to say, in their permit fees, a per foot per lane fee for every lane foot of roadway within their subdivisions. Could be at least $100 per month on that per foot per lane from the first approval date of their project to the date the roads are dedicated to the city. If this amount turns out to be not enough, they can certainly afford more, unlike the homeowners, most of us who are aging and now live on fixed incomes. And what you're doing is you're driving us out of Carson City by continually adding to our tax burden without any consideration for the lives that we have to live.
Thank you. Do I have any other public comment?
Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Maxine Neats.
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
Good morning. She did.
I guess I have the short straw. Betsy Strasberg. Thank you for all your discussions. That was very, very helpful. Thank you, Mayor, for your comments as well. But I haven't heard anybody say, how did we get here? In any private company, when such an enormous deficit occurs, there would be a postmortem to find the root causes of how we got here and how it would be avoided. We are just moving on to say, oh, we need more dollars, and the homeowners are going to pay for this after this enormous deficit was generated. I'm not going to pay any additional GID assessment. Assessment, in my mind, is the same as a tax, particularly when I'm handing over the decision to dissolve the GID to a body that has made this deficit possible and persist on their singular focus on regional roads. The problem statement is local roads, but Public Works is saying that they will go for anything, regional roads, road-related functions. And thank you, Supervisor White, to say that it should be addressing the specific problem that we are seeing. Ask for money for what you need now and don't spend it on anything else. Have we looked at the city budget? How about a 2% haircut on the total budget of $400 million, I think, for a reserve for local roads? How about a GoFundMe campaign? How about outsourcing road maintenance to private companies since the city has neglected local roads in their decision-making? What is equitable? That's a very subjective evaluation. It is not a utility like Public Works has indicated to us during our public town halls. I can control my usage of utility by wearing several sweaters, which I do now because the utility costs have gone up, but road maintenance is an essential service. That is the first priority of the tax dollars that we pay, just like public safety. I've already paid for this service, and I want the service now, not for additional dollars in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other? Ms. Coe? Sorry. Ms. Partee.
Great conversation today. Thank you. My name is Lisa Partee. I just want to say thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the input. And I really agree with what Maurice White said. Asphalt and road repair and maintenance. We don't need all the fluff and butterflies and the benches and the landscape and all that. Just let's take care of the roads as they need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coe?
Heather Coe. I agree with Maurice White and what everyone has been saying. And the other thing is the developers are the ones that need to start paying. I went to the last planning commission meeting. I wanted to vomit after I heard from the engineer supposedly that did some traffic report for 1 week, during peak hours. That's what they considered a traffic report. This is ridiculous, the amount of builders with 1710, and this is also the problem because there's so much building and so much heavy equipment where I live. That's what's causing all the problems. So the developers should have to pay for it, and no homeowners should be stuck with the bill any longer. That's ridiculous. We are paying enough. I went from a cold winter, usually paying maybe $200 a month for my gas. It was $499. I keep my heat at 66. This is outrageous. And people on fixed incomes, you're sentencing them to a homelessness. This is outrageous what has happened. So I hope that it does not fall on any homeowners. And I hope people learn to budget like the rest of us do. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any other?
Sue Masiello, Manhattan Drive.
Microphone.
I like
It's on. She just needs to speak up a little, please.
I like Mayor Bagwell's suggestion about people forming their own SIDs, but then they need to be exempt from any GID or anything else. I like Supervisor White talking about local roads. That's what I'm interested in. I can't get, and frankly, I'm interested in snow plowing too, because my road is a mess still. There are huge ruts. I can't turn right or left without slipping and sliding to the next road. I'm old. A lot of your citizenry is old. They don't need icy streets to slip and break a hip on. I thought, silly me, part of my property tax paid for road maintenance. I would like to suggest that some cities charge homeowners for sidewalk repair. That's sort of self-serving west of Ormsby. There aren't any sidewalks, aside from a little strip on Longview. But I think there are a lot of neighborhoods where they really don't need sidewalks. I wonder about a real estate transfer tax, if that is a possibility, because that helps people on fixed income. They don't have to pay until they leave their home. Anyway, I think a lot more discussion needs to happen about this, but I want to be sure that you all understand that I'm opposed to any tax that can possibly be spent on a regional road. Only neighborhood, local streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have anyone else? Ms. Stevens? Mr. Nagle?
Hi, good afternoon. Karen Stevens for the record. I really appreciate all the thoughtful discussion by the public and by the supervisors. Especially like that the SIDS be considered for the neighborhoods that want to have their roads fixed. I have a tiny car. It weighs maybe 2,000 pounds. Electric cars are maybe 5,000 pounds because of that huge battery. We have Amazon coming up and down our roads constantly. I don't know how many pounds they weigh. I fill up my car once a month. So the usage I have, and most of it would be on regional roads, is next to nil compared to Amazon and FedEx and UPS, who are burning up our streets. I live on one block, and those vehicles just bomb down that road at like 40 miles an hour. So I think maybe we should consider that the people that are tearing up our local roads have some piece of the pie of fixing it. So, oh, and the one other thing I wanted to add, which isn't specific to this, is that I would really love that we have some meetings in the evenings, because I can make these meetings, but there's working people that have 8 to 5 jobs that would love to be here in person and have their comments heard, because sending in an email is not the same thing as coming here in person. So that's my hope, that maybe that could be considered at some point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nagel?
Good morning, Richard Nagel for the record. I really think that we need to look at this as a 20-year problem that's been kicked down the road by everybody and their grandmother. If you took 2% out of each department, minimum you could start to pay for the roads in this city. Again, if you look at this from a management issue, you have to definitely earmark stuff that's going to go for the roads. You have a lot of discretionary funding and funds that could be earmarked for the roads and dedicated to the roads. It really, I mean, these are the hard decisions that people were elected to make. These are not easy ones, okay? And it's time we did it instead of kicking the can down the road again. We need to also look at how we strategically spend our money. Can we get grants for the main roads and such? Yes, but we can't get grants for the roads that we drive on our local streets and whatnot. So that's where our money should be going, and apply for the grants. You know, I think we need to set up some kind of citizens commission, volunteers that could look into this and create a budgetary way to dig ourselves out of this hole that we dug ourselves into. I mean, it's 20 years in the making. It may not be solved before I die, you know, because it's probably going to take another 20 years to fix what we've neglected. But we need to work on this as a city together. And if people are asking the homeowners to tighten their belts, I think the city should definitely tighten its belt. Fair is fair. You know, I like what Mr. White said, a lot of his comments. But again, we need to look in the mirror and say, is this discretionary spending really needed for this, or could we put it on the roads? And the regional transit money, a lot of that seems to be arbitrary in between the jump around Carson buses and transportation of that, which I see empty most of the time, and the roads. We need to take a look at this as a group and really think about it before we put Band-Aids on stuff, you know, while we're hemorrhaging. Thank you very much.
Do I have any other public?
Okay, I'm going to just bring it back up here for any last general direction or comment for staff, so we could start off with, you know, are we interested in looking at putting a sales tax option to start directing staff to work on a ballot measure? Yes, so we have some common ground there for you. Then Supervisor Horton put his hand up first. Go.
There have been a lot of great comments made here today and a lot of good information. Thank you, Catherine. When you reach out to the public, Dan, reach out through every means possible, like Supervisor Giomi said. I think it's important that we gather that information, that we do it responsibly and move forward. The thing that people need to realize too is that we are speeding toward the brink of no return. It's hard to understand it, but if you go out and look around, you get around the city and you take a look at these streets and roads and the conditions that they're in, you will soon realize that we are on our way to trouble. If we don't do something, if we don't take action and move forward, we're going to hit that point where there is no fixing it. And what Supervisor Giomi said about roads returning to dirt, there's some that are pretty close already, and we're going to get there. We have to take action. We have to move forward. And unfortunately, the only solution, you can't just go out and give the city a 2% haircut and say that's going to solve the problem. That might help. You can't go to the builders and developers and say, hey, we want you to pay for it. If you charge them a reasonable rate, it wouldn't solve the problem. We need to come up with a solution that involves everybody in the community. We all have to participate. None of us caused this problem. It's here, it's upon us. We have to take action, but we have to do it as a group, as a community, as an organization. We have to work together on a solution, and we need to move forward that way.
Supervisor Giomi?
When you come back, just a couple of things that were brought up, if you could just maybe highlight what that would look like, cutting general fund X%, what that generates and how that might help. I think it's worth at least us seeing that. And a development fee, we are charging a development fee for one of the developments here in town, a per lot fee. But, make no mistake about it, the developer's not paying that fee. Our future residents are paying that fee. So it's getting tacked onto the price of the house. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but as Supervisor Horton said, that's not going to fix all of the roads. But I wouldn't mind you even considering that and looking at that as what it might generate in terms of money, just so we have that information. I think it's worth at least looking at, and I think we owe it to our folks to take a look at those things. The rest of what I think we've talked about on the record, I'm in agreement that we should move towards putting the sales tax question on the 24 ballot. I think we should move forward with the other comments you had in terms of exploring what the actual cost would be and what options look like, and focusing on pavement. I don't have personal issues with ADA issues because I think we need to fix those because that's a liability the city has that potentially can cost us down the road. But I think we should focus on the bread and butter things, as we've heard. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. It is evident that no one option is going to be the silver bullet, right? And so as we move forward, if you look at this agenda item, the proposed motion was to proceed with further analysis of the preferred transportation funding options. I think a lot of people came to this meeting today with the idea we were going to vote on, here's your bill. That's not what we're doing here today. This is an effort to reach out to the community. And in that vein, as it was stated again today, your community outreach necessarily should happen in the evenings so people can attend. And I know you always do that, but it was mentioned again today, so we'll just put it on the record. Do that stuff in the evenings so people can come. Folks that can come to the meetings as we're having today, that's great. But the other folks that can't need the option as well. While we are talking about moving forward with putting a question on the ballot, we want to also make sure we don't get ourselves in a corner ahead of what the legislature might be putting together. We won't know that until June. I mean, those are the kind of things that don't get done until the very end. So whatever we do, we can't paint ourselves into a corner because the legislature, unlikely as it is, may well hand us a beautiful tool to use for this. Let's make sure we can take advantage of that as we move forward.
Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. There's been some comments about grants and about regional roads versus surface roads and neighborhood roads and all. And if it can just be explained about the whole leveraging money and grant availability to the different roads, within Carson City. I think that would be helpful to the discussion. Thanks.
Sure, I'll take a stab at that. Chris Martinovich, Transportation Manager. Working with the Metropolitan Planning Organization, we coordinate with the state DOT, NDOT, to identify potential funding sources from the federal government or from the state government. The Carson area MPO, CAMPO, is apportioned a portion of federal funding each year. We get approximately $1.3 million in federal funding that can be spent in our region. And we program and we use that on our regional roads because by federal law, that's where it has to be spent. That money comes with a match requirement. 95% of that is federal and 5% of that is required as a local match. Outside of that, there is no defined specific pot of federal money that we can count on every particular year. So we have to go out and seek particular federal funding grant, discretionary grant opportunities that are very competitive. Tiger was one of those for South Carson. Rays was another one for William Street. We're looking at, we put in a grant application last year, what's called the Safe Streets for All grant application, targeting a variety of improvements around Empire Elementary School and Fairview, pavement preservation, safe routes to school, things like that. We were unsuccessful in that one. There were $2.9 billion of project requests and only $500 million available in funding. So they're very competitive. The new infrastructure bill has a variety of new grant programs, and we try to be strategic in identifying which ones we believe we can be successful. What is our match available? What are the ways we can go after that federal funding for particular roads? But again, as has been stated here many times, is that funding can only be used on those regional, higher volume type of roads, collectors and arterials specifically, and are not necessarily eligible for local roads. I also want to say that there are opportunities through requests from our congressional delegation, through congressionally designated spending or earmarks that we have pursued and been successful at for a few projects by Borderwick Bray and Carson Middle School. We've also been successful in getting some for Appian Way Signal. Those congressionally designated spending allow us to do projects that we wouldn't necessarily have funding internally to do beyond with our own local dollars. So that's how we kind of use and leverage federal funds. It's not a guarantee except for that 1.3, and that's what we have coming generally each year.
Thank you.
Could I just add a little bit to Chris's statement? I want to point out too, because I think it's important for the public to understand, we have made leveraging federal grants a huge priority for our group over the last probably 10 years. And we've been incredibly successful. Chris didn't mention the numbers, but we brought in roughly, I think, $50 million of federal funds for transportation-related projects in Carson City over the last, I think, since 2017, which is incredible. I mean, for a city, a county our size is incredible. And when you see the PCI score for regional roads being at 74, that is purely a product of bringing in $50 million of federal grants. If we didn't bring in those, that score would probably be maybe in the low 60s, and we'd be in a lot worse of a situation. So I just wanted to be clear that, like, as far as staff, the things we've done, pavement management plan, the things our TC is done over the last 5-10 years, the direction, the policy decisions we've made is to leverage every bit of money that we have and do the smart thing for our roads to get us to even where we're at today, which is not in a great situation, but we could be a lot worse. So I think it's important to point out and just add on to Chris's, and thank you for the opportunity to state that.
Okay. Do you feel we need a motion, or you have enough on the record to know your huge workload?
I think we have enough.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to take a brief recess, just like 5 minutes, because we still have a lot on the agenda to get to, but I feel people might need a little break. So we're in recess. Thank you. the Board of Supervisors back to order. Just for a little housekeeping, we're going to do item 17B that's next on the agenda, and then I'm going to take 19A out of order because somebody needs to jump on an airplane. So we're going to try to do this. So we're on agenda item 17B, which is discussion and possible action for the addition of a full-time construction inspector and the purchase of a vehicle. Mr. Schultz, we've heard this item during budget and things earlier, but want to give us the fact, and maybe Sherry needs to come up, just fix this right at the same time, that how we now have the money to do it and stuff. Okay.
Very good. Darren Schultz, Public Works Director, for the record. Thank you. Know your time is very, very valuable. This item before you, this has been somewhat of a tabled item that we brought as part of the budget, this current year's budget. We needed to do some further background investigation into funding before we brought it all the way forward. The overview of what's trying to happen here is we currently have a part-time inspector that is doing this work, and we would like to convert it to a full-time, just to keep up with the construction that's going on in our community. So that's very high level. We checked those things that came up during the initial budget presentation to make sure that it was affordable, and majority of it will be paid for out of development projects that are coming to Carson City to be built here. So.
To clarify on the record, just so, because I often hear things that the public talks about, the developers, it's the building permit fund, so the developers are paying for it. I just want to be real clear to the public.
That's
that-
correct.
okay,
And one
thank you,
change
Sherry.
to the item is the vehicle. We can follow the employee, so they would be 80% from building, 10 sewer, and 10 water for the vehicle as well.
So the recommendation is to make the full-time construction inspector and to purchase the vehicle and have the vehicle funded in the same manner as the position.
That's correct.
So it comes again out of the building
That's
fund.
correct.
Okay. Anybody, I don't see any of ours with questions raised. We already all talked about this during budget process, but for the public's sake, is there anybody? Come on up, Denny.
Supervisor and supervisors, mayor and supervisors. I didn't come back very clear-headed, but my legs have stretched. Thank you. The deal is, for me today, with this particular item, because of my considerations about safety, I definitely am for the position. I just have some questions about the type of vehicle and such, and certainly have some recommendations to make sure that they can get everywhere and be where they have to be and have the equipment they need to be and even carry personnel that they need to be. So I'm definitely concerned, but I do want the position to be filled with somebody that has a degree and all the requirements and such. But I'd also like to encourage the public to step up, speak up. I would have never survived in a position as a security guard in Ventura had I not had the community's support behind me. The Bloods, the Hell's Angels, and the Crips were all in that area. And it was with their help, actually, having a deal with themselves, that particular shopping mall would not be a area of conflict. And then I had the shop owners backing me and all sorts of different support, or I wouldn't have made it. And I don't think we're going to make it safety-wise unless we're all conscious of our surroundings. And when something's going up, I mean, I just called OSHA on a situation where a trench was over 3 foot deep, and it didn't have a ladder. It didn't have any supports or issue like that. Well, my thing is, speak up, for Pete's sake. You all can't know everything. You're busy. You're involved in stuff. We got to help you out when we can. And I don't want to be a busybody in a sense of just being the total annoyance to any department. But I appreciate the support that I have gotten when I have shown up and seen something and spoken up. And I want to encourage everybody to do that. Please, you all are doing your part of this job, and it's tough. I feel very appreciative of the assessor's office help that they've given me in situations. And I know they got pummeled today because of the issues, and those are real issues and they need to be addressed. But they're great people and they need to have our support as well. So thank you. Thank you all.
Do I have any other public comment on this item? Thank you. Ms. Coe?
Heather Coe for the record. I think that the people in these neighborhoods where next door, where it's everywhere around me, should have a chance to record stuff, to have their input taken into consideration. I mean, if you've lived around areas for a certain amount of time, you should be able to see what's going on and report yourself. I walk my neighborhood, have for 26 years. I know everything that's going on. And I think it's important that the public be a part of this. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other. I'll bring it back up here for a, so the motion would, as changed as presented, fund in the same manner for the vehicle, the same as the position. Does anyone want to make the motion? Mr. Horton.
I move to approve the addition of a full-time construction inspector position and authorize the purchase of a vehicle as presented.
I second.
Okay, and for the, again, on discussion, the presentation is the vehicle will be costed or charged out the same way.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you. We're now gonna, and again, thank you for letting us skip just a moment here. We're gonna go to agenda item 19A, which is discussion and possible action on our staff recommended assumptions for preparation of our upcoming budget. Ms. Benaboo.
Thank you very, very much for letting me go a little bit ahead of everybody. I really, really appreciate that. The airline did change my flight, by the way. It was initially later tonight, so I do apologize. As the mayor said, I'm Sherry Russell Benaboo with the CFO's office. I'm the CFO. So I always go over the property taxes first because the main purpose of this item is for you to approve the property tax rate for the 2024 year. Property taxes are, or excuse me, the assessed value is looking like it's going to increase about 9%. And the projected increase with the caps, the revenue is about 4.5%. The caps for 24 will be 3% for residential and 8% for commercial. And as you can see, for 24, we're projecting the revenue to finally match that assessed value. Assessed value keeps going up at 8, 9. I think 1 year it went up 15%. And so the revenue being capped at that 3 and 8% is not coming in as quick as the assessed value is increasing. So I did expect these to match eventually. I do this little table every year just as a education to the public. The taxable value, if you were to buy a new property in 2021 for say $250,000, the assessed value is 35% of that, and your tax bill is 3.57 of that rate, period. So it's $3,124. The next year, however, it's capped at the 3%. So while assessed value might have gone up by 5.5%, purely just tax rate times assessed value would be $3,296. We can only charge $3,217, so that $78 is abated. The same thing happens in 23 when the assessed value only goes up 1%, and that's simply because there's some abated value that's coming over from the prior year. So we still have a little bit of an abatement in 23, so it wouldn't make any sense for us to increase the rates in those situations because assessed value is taking up the 3% increase. However, in '24, if it only goes up 1%, in that year, it might make some sense to increase the tax rate. We can always only charge 3.57 of the assessed value, which in '24, in this example, is only $3,362. The 3% cap allows us to go to $3,413. So in that instance, if we increase the tax rate to 3.66, the top, then we would be able to collect the full 3% cap. So in that year, it might make sense if we needed the money to increase the tax rate. But again, this is a very simple example, and assessed valuation rates have increased so much over the last several years that it's going to take a long time to hit that 24 mark. So I am suggesting that we stick with the 3.57 again for this year. I did look at increasing the rate by 1%, and it's about a $10,000 increase that we would get. Without the cap, it's $220,000 in additional revenue, but with the cap, we'd only actually realize 10,000 of that. The rest would just be abated, and that's for new builds. I did look at what would happen if we decrease the property tax by 1%, and again, it's only a 10,000 savings to the residents. So really, either way, nobody's going to save or make any more money. So 3.57 is kind of where we are, and I am recommending that we stay there again for another year. Whoops, went too fast. This is our revenue. We've been growing at about 4.5% in the projections. However, for 21 and 22 actual, you can see it's 6.3 and 6.5 is what we actually increased. That's all new build. So we have been having a lot of new building around the city. Those are new property taxes. We are projecting 4.5% for 23 and 4.5% for 24. Again, being conservative, we keep hearing buildings slowing down. So, and then the Carson City property tax rate. This is our lovingly known as the cigarette slide. We've got the city operating portion is the gold portion. Special revenue is only the green portion there, and then the school district is the white. The state keeps some money there in the red, and then the district, which is the Water Subconservancy, is the blue. So it's been at 3.57 for quite some time. Oh, what'd I do? Okay. I show this every year. This is the county-wide tax rates. 24 is not published yet, so this is the 23 rates. The only one that changed is Esmeralda, and I think it went up by like 0.2 cents or something. So they change very, very little each year. Are there any questions on sales taxes or property taxes? Okay, so we'll move to the consolidated taxes, which is the sales taxes. And so for actuals for 22, the green and the red for 21, it was only a 1% increase. So that, this is our most volatile revenue source. It is 40% of our revenue for the city. So only a 1% increase is a little, worrisome for us because it's not keeping up with COLAs and all that. So I did budget for 23 a stagnant flat rate for C taxes. Right now, with 5 months in, we're at 3.5% over what we budgeted. But again, we're only 5 months in, so that could change. As this is supposed to be a very light slowdown, I did budget a 2% increase for fiscal year 24, which I do believe is fairly conservative, considering it should be a slowdown, a short slowdown. Inflation is crazy, which should increase our sales taxes if people are still spending, and the job market is still really strong. We're not seeing slowdown in the job market. So I am expecting it to be kind of a short slowdown here through 23. The general fund, this is what as my very, very preliminary projections. I'm coming out with about a little under $10 million for capital this year. And I'm going to let you all know the base budget for the projections that I've done does include the PERS increase we all emailed around that's coming. It does include that. I did include 1 million for supplemental requests, so that's not included in here. This is strictly capital. I included 1.5 million for contingency. We're bargaining with 3 different unions this year, so I'm just saving a little on the back end for what that bargaining ends up being. And then our normal $500,000 contingency is also built in here. The firefighters, one of their grants, the SAFER grant, is ending October of 23. So just as we start the 24 year, those firefighters will end up on our general fund. And so that's also built into the budget, as well as in later years when we start our new courts. Probably I have in the budget 25. So that's another 780,000 to 880,000 with merits through the 5-year plan. So this is what falls out at the bottom that's available for capital. I also increased the ending fund balance by 5% each year, getting us to 13% for 2028. If I don't increase by 5%, that's about $400,000 more for capital each year. So this is kind of what falls out at the bottom. So if we want to, increase anything else, this is going to decrease. And these are preliminary projections. We just sent the budgets out to departments on Friday for their reviews. And then I usually go through our calendar real quick with you guys. We do have the CIP requests, and we're working feverishly on our big, huge spreadsheet so we can sit down and discuss all the capital requests for 2024. Like I said, we got the base budget projections out on Friday on the 10th. The first revenue projections were due yesterday, and I think I got them at 7 o'clock last night, so I did get them. And then the Board of Supervisors, we're talking today about our assumptions and setting the tax rate. The cost allocation plan is a big part of the budget. So if that's all approved today, we can move forward. The budget revisions for our supplemental, what the departments tell us they want to revise based on supplemental requests are due Friday, March 3rd. We'll have our CIP discussion with departments on the 8th. So all the department heads get together and talk about what critical needs are. And then we present those critical needs to the board in April. We get our final projections from the state on March 13th. And those are important because we take those revenue projections and we decide which one's more conservative. We typically go with the most conservative revenue projection. We do one in the city, and then we look at the state and take the most conservative. We're planning on looking at the supplemental requests from all the departments on March 29th at this point. So the tentative budget is due to the Department of Taxation on April 17th. That's our base budget without any supplementals or any capital. So that is due on April 17th. On April 20th, we're going to bring the tentative budget, base budget, all of the supplemental requests and all the capital before the board, talk to you about it, get your blessing, and then we put those into the document for the final budget. We have to advertise for a hearing on the 10th, and then we bring that final budget to the board on May 18th. No special meeting is required. It has to be after the 3rd Monday of the month. And then the final budget is due to taxation on June 1st. So far it's going along good. The budget process, it's a lot of, looking into my crystal ball, which hasn't been too bad the last few years, so hopefully.
Does any member have a question of Sherry at this point?
How about we just take some, is there any public comment on this item? Okay, then I'll bring it back up to the board. Is there, first of all, we can just discuss keeping the $3.57 tax rate. We have to set that for budgetary purposes today for them to move forward. Everybody okay with that? There's no win or gain changing it, $10,000 one way or the other.
And I would just like to add that, Sherry, thank you for looking at the adding and the, deleting or reducing, and I appreciate the perspective, so thank you.
Yeah, of course.
In the assumptions, which is on packet page 760, is there any, so the landfill, most of these are financial policies that this board has in place. But again, for the public to understand, that sets out where we're going, like on the ending fund balance, to increase a little bit each time. Our goal trying to get to that 16%, so we can have 2 months in the savings account. The landfill, so these just really follow along with our financial policies. There's no change in any assumptions or anything.
No, these have
From-
been financial policies that have been set over a number of years. We decided to set aside a little bit of money for the fleet 5 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, and then landfill, that agreement was also made 5 or 6 years ago to let them use some of their profits for equipment that's much needed. So, so yeah, these are agreements that have been in place for several years now that we set aside money for
Right.
each year.
So we're not changing any of those assumptions. The only issue that I see that is out there, and I don't know, I heard someone say earlier today, why don't we give everybody a 2% haircut and go put that many? So first and foremost, I cannot take money from many funds, as the public might think we can, and go put it to roads. That's illegal and I can't do it. So
Yeah.
I can't take money out of the water fund and the sewer fund, and that's
Yeah.
just not, I can't take it out of court ordered. Many things are restricted, and as someone else said this morning, I have to spend it the way, or we do, the way in which the NRS or the assessment is required. So I'm not gonna charge you on a utility bill and then go use that money on a road. I cannot do that.
Yeah.
So then one of the other assumptions is, do we want staff to really be looking at what we can strip from the general fund, which is the account that has the ability to
That is our operating account.
add more money to roads or things of that nature. We have typically done it and moved money ourselves to the road fund many years in a row. We have done that very thing when the estimate comes in higher. So we look at it more towards the audit opportunity to say, okay, the dollars came in higher than anticipated, and we've moved it into
Streets and
into the
and
streets.
RTC, we've moved some.
RTC,
Mhm.
we fixed the lights in the school zones, and so we tend to do that with known dollars. It's real, it's tangible, we can put our hands on it and put it over there. So is there any assumption or anything else we want to change in our methodology? Because this is our time to direct staff to do something different. Supervisor Giomi.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we're gonna change things, we should bring our financial policy up, and we should do it through our policy. That would be my recommendation. I mean, this board and previous boards have set a financial policy. If we want to change that policy, which gives direction to staff, then I don't think we should just pull it out now and do it. I think we should agendize our financial policy, and let's have that discussion if we want to redirect some general fund. I'll remind everybody that capital expenditures that we have are capital expenditures of investments we've already made, just like roads.
That's right.
So we're not, the money's not getting wasted per se.
Exactly.
We're putting a roof on a building that we've paid millions of dollars for.
Yes.
Or an HVAC system that needs to be replaced. So just because it's going to capital does not mean that it's not needed there. And it's a matter of priorities. But my preference would be, if we're gonna make some changes, let's bring the financial policy forward, and let's see if we wanna, as a board, make a decision to take 10% of capital, for instance, 20%, whatever the case may be, and direct it towards neighborhood roads. That's how I'd prefer to handle it.
Okay, well, with that then, I'll accept a motion.
I will,
Oh.
let me make one more comment. I am expecting quite a few supplementals this year simply because of inflation. Everybody's contracts are going up, all the costs are going up. We've seen phone, heat, power. I mean, we've seen increases in all of those. So it's going to be an ugly budget year. And I've tried to tell all the directors that and everybody, it's not going to be a fun discussion.
Well, I think it's exactly the same as what the public is experiencing.
Right.
I can't remember who it was, Heather, I think, or somebody that talked about their gas bill, heating
Yeah.
bill. It's the same for the city,
Right.
right? Every single building, every single bill that we have is doing the exact same thing. So it's tough on the entire
Yes.
community, and
It
it
is.
is all together. So, okay, thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Giomi.
I move to direct staff to use $3.57 holding steady as the property tax rate in preparing the FY24 Carson City budget.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you, and I hope you
Thank you so much.
make the flight.
I
We should just-
will. Thank you
we'll
so
telegraph
much.
to them to wait for.
And I really
Sherry's
appreciate Health
running.
and them letting me
Okay.
go first. Thank you.
To help you.
No, as long as I leave by noon, I'll be okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to quickly move on then to agenda item 18A, discussion and presentation from the Nevada Humane Society, who does our animal services in Carson City, Miss Aker. And everybody that's going to do that, come on up and let's go. And I'm sorry that it appears rushing, but some items took a little longer than anticipated. And again, thank you for letting someone go before you. Thank you.
How about now? Yeah. No, we appreciate it. We'll try to be streamlined in our presentation, but we just really appreciate Mayor Bagwell, supervisors, Nancy, staff. We really appreciate the opportunity. This is the first year that we've, as far as I know, under our contract, delivered an annual report. And I understand we're going to be invited back. So hopefully we perform well enough to be invited back. I also wanted to, so my name is Greg Hall. I'm the CEO of Nevada Humane Society. To my right, I have Clay Johnson, who is our shelter manager. And to his right is James Ream, who is the assistant manager. I'm going to have Clay make a comment near the end. But we really just appreciate the relationship that we have with the city. It has grown, I would say, substantially in the last 2 years, especially after we had the fire. We were just required to work very, very closely with the city. We've also gotten more and more support over the years, and we're very appreciative of that. I can't tell you how much it means to us to be able to be partners with the city and have the support that we do have. I know there's accountability as well, and we strive to perform at our highest levels, but thank you for the relationship that we have. So this year, just to give you a real, thank you. So just to give you an overview of what we are as an organization, I'm not going to go through our mission, vision, and values directly, but you can see it there. Not only do we do the animal control services on behalf of the city, but we also do a much broader set of work for the community, caring for pets, finding them homes, and saving lives. We do adoptions, we do public services. You can see on the slide picture there, we do have a lot of support. Mayor Bagwell was there for the dedication of the new wrap. We had a contest to put community members' pets on the wrap of the animal control vehicle, which was so generously donated by Carson Animal Services Initiative. And thank you, Supervisor Schutte. I can't talk about what we're doing in Carson without at least noting the animal welfare landscape nationally. For those of you that do know, there is an overpopulation problem with animals right now. This is something that we have not experienced in really over a decade. The early 2010 to 2012 era was the last time we really were struggling with that as an industry. But I am happy to report that the final numbers for 2022 were not as bad as we expected. I had briefed Mayor Bagwell on this, and in her State of the City, she indicated that there were 10% more animals coming in nationwide into shelters than going out. That number was revised just last week in Q4 to 4% for the year. So it's not as bad as it seemed. There was some ground that was made up in the last part of the year, but most shelters in the country are at or over capacity. The regional impacts are definitely consistent with that. You know, we also have a contract in Washoe County and another shelter that we have in Washoe County. And I will tell you that for the past 5 months, we have not been able to take in all of the dogs that are available. That's not something that has happened in probably 15 years. So dogs is really the challenge that we have. Cats is not quite as much of a problem. There's a lot of reasons for it. Primarily, it's people not having the resources, the access to care, and the housing to care for their dogs. I am, on a very positive note, happy to report to you that this was not the experience in Carson City in 2022. And I think you should be very proud of your community. And, you know, I'm part of the community as well. I grew up in Washoe Valley, but you know, I'm specifically directing this to you in Carson City, that we should be very, very proud of the job that everyone has done to, you know, handle the stray animals that are here. We have not been at or over capacity this year. We don't know what it's going to look like in 2023, but we're braced for a challenge. I will tell you that. Labor challenges, I probably don't need to go into detail on this, and just let you know that we're experiencing the same challenges that you are as a government, and also what you're hearing from the businesses. At this time last year, we had 104 employees in our organization, and we now have 118. During the height of our season, we had 102. We had to declare an all hands on deck to get all hands on deck. The labor challenges have been very, very difficult for us. Also, as an industry, there is a lot of burnout and compassion fatigue. There's a lot of leaders leaving the industry. I'm proud to say that we have a lot of stability in Carson City. Carson City Shelter is the beacon for our organization right now with Clay and James. They're very committed to the organization, and we're just proud to have them be a stable part of the leadership. Shelter intake, this is what it's all about. Normally, if you look at most other shelters around the country, what you would see is the 2020 intake, which was low because of COVID, spike up in 2021, which it did. But what you would normally see is that 2022 would spike even higher. That is where our community and our staff is doing a great job. We're trying everything that we can to reunite pets that are lost or need to be surrendered with different options rather than coming into the shelter. It's a new ethic. It used to be that we welcomed with open arms. Please come into the shelter. Let us help. Now we have so many pets that we're trying to keep animals, ironically, out of the shelter so that we can focus on the animals that truly do need the help. So I'm just so proud of the community. Once again, you can see it was under 2,500 animals that came in. And that's just testament to our crew trying to create other options. Now, you look at adoptions, this is consistent with the national trend. The adoptions were low in 2020 because there weren't animals available. Everyone was adopting out during COVID. They renormalized in 2021, but even with our amazing community, there still is a decrease in the number of adopted pets. You can see primarily that we've seen that with cats, surprisingly. That's the middle part of the slide. It's a little bit surprising because most of the problems have been with dogs, with people with housing and not having access to care. We're projecting that for this year that adoptions will continue to go down. So we're bracing for that. We know the public is trying, but we should expect that there's going to be challenges. Life-saving rate has remained fairly steady. It did drop slightly. It was remarkably consistent between 2021, 2022. The standard in the industry is over 90% is considered what's a no-kill facility. It's a bit of a controversial term, but it is a term that is used as an accomplishment, and all shelters should strive to have a life-saving rate of over 90%. We've always been in the mid-90s or above. We did dip slightly in last year particularly with cats. You can see the dog life-saving rate went up slightly, which is something we can control a little bit more with our behavior and enrichment programs. With cats, it's usually disease. And we did have a spike in northern Nevada and nationwide, for that matter, in panleukopenia. So that's why you see it most likely dip for a little bit. But we're very proud of our life-saving rate. It's been very stable for a number of years now. I believe when we came into the contract, it was roughly 55%. So you should be proud that you're a no-kill community. Animal control trends, our big one is the return to owner rate increased by 9.9%. That is a huge jump. So these are animals that our officers go out into the field, they find them, and they are able to relocate them with their owner rather than taking them in as a stray and then putting them up eventually for adoption if they're unclaimed. Our crew does a great job with its free microchip program that we implemented last year. That helps us reunite a lot of pets with their owners. But even just the effort that they make trying to contact local websites to connect them with lost pets, getting the word out about individualized animals that they may have a lead on, trying to get them back to their owner. We're going to work diligently in the next year to try to increase that even more. Dispatch calls are up slightly. 3.9% is not really, I would say, anything that moves the needle for us, but I think you do need to know where our calls for service lies in terms of year over year. Animal bites, they are up 23%. It's a big number. It's a national trend. I have to be honest, the industry doesn't know why. We just don't really know why that's happening. It's such a complicated issue. There hasn't been enough data and research, but you should know that there are more animal bites that we are responding to calls for. The big one is cruelty and neglect cases. Your probably eyes are popping out with the 241% increase. It is huge. You can see the gross number of cases went up to 167. We attribute that to a couple of different things. First and foremost, our officers are being more responsive to the public. We've made a committed effort to follow up on every call more diligently than we have in the past. Not saying that I feel like we weren't following up diligently. We were always trying to make more of an effort. And I think the community has started having more confidence in our response to the calls. And so they're more willing to make the calls. Not all of the actual cruelty and neglect case adjudications, those have not increased by 241%. I don't have data for 2022 because there are a number of pending cases, but there are more adjudicated cases than there were in the past. And what we attribute that to is we're seeing it all across the country, but primarily it's people being in difficult situations, whether it's a hoarding case like we had at the Carson Pines apartments, where our crew was able to take 83 cats and save them and find them homes. We're seeing more cases like that because I think people are just in more dire situations. Doesn't necessarily mean that they want to be doing this to their animals. We try not to judge, we just try to help. But you do need to know that a lot of the resources that you're providing us under the contract are going to those type of cases. This is a big one. We have access to care issues in the industry are really debilitating. We're able to manage, but this is a survey that was just recently completed. It was primarily a California, Northern Nevada survey with some really staggering numbers. So 60% of the shelters surveyed have unfilled veterinary positions. For context, we have in our budget 6 veterinarians allocated. For the past 2 years, we've had 3, and that doesn't even take into calculation the shortage of licensed veterinary technicians. 54% of shelters have unfilled LVT positions, which that's the position I just talked about. And overall, a fifth of all veterinary positions are unfilled throughout shelters. So as you might imagine, we're competing with each other to get these very, very valuable personnel to take care of our animals. We are not in this category, I'm proud to announce, but 25% of shelters cannot consistently provide essential care for their own animals. We are able to care for our own animals. We give them quality care. hopefully you have confidence in the care that we give our animals. Where we struggle is in the last metric, 78% of shelters not consistently providing community care. The access to care issue and the lack of veterinarians and LVTs impacts greatly our public services that we provide, primarily our trap, neuter, and return program, and then our public spay and neuter. We do still do currently public vaccine clinics, but on a limited basis. We're always trying to improve that. We've increased our staffing somewhat, but it's always fluid. So we're down to 4 vets, or we're up to 4 veterinarians right now, but we're down to licensed vet techs. So just want to let you know what the overall access to care situation is and how it affects us. We had, I'm going to skip through this a little bit. I think you probably wouldn't be surprised from this slide that there are labor challenges. You know, our voluntary and eligible turnover rate was really high, and those were people essentially just ghosting positions. On the flip side of it, we are very proud of the fact that we were a Best Places to Work finalist again with the NNHRA in 2022. We didn't win the award, but we were a finalist. We've also invested a lot of our funds in developing our culture and our management training. We have 2 classes that have graduated our internal training, and you have some beneficiaries here at the Carson shelter for that. What's next? We really need to have a Carson event. We want to be more involved with the community here. We were not able to do it last year because of staffing, but we are committed to a fall event in October of 2023. We're committed to hiring a company called DocuPet, which will help with the licensing. We're going to outsource that because our licensing has tapered off, and we're not proud of that, but we're going to look outside to get some help for that. We're also very happy in the collaboration realm to be working with the Mass Care Task Force Emergency Planning. We're hoping that plan is going to be done in the next couple of months, but any disaster planning that we can have for the community benefits the animals and pets of our constituents. We also had a shelter assessment. It was done every 5 years, and we had that last year, and we'll be implementing recommendations. We're in the process of doing that, and we'll report back to you on that next year as well. As an organization, we are in a new cycle of our new strategic plan, new 5-year plan, and I mentioned management and leadership training. And then one of our primary goals, especially here in Carson City, is to build our volunteer corps, which was somewhat depleted during COVID. Before I ask questions, I just wanted to turn it over to Clay Johnson, who has a great connection story to tell you briefly about how we're working with our partners and with the school district and the community. So, Clay.
Hi, good morning. My name is Clay Johnson. I'm shelter manager here in Carson City. Kind of going on what Greg was saying earlier, one of our big missions for this year is more community involvement and working with other programs in the community to help get the name out, as well as make people more aware of what we do and what we offer to the community. I am currently attending the Chamber of Commerce Leadership Institute, and through that, I made a connection through Carson High School and their Career Technical Experience program. And we're very excited to announce that we have formed an internship with them. And going forward, we'll be having high school students coming to our facility to learn about animal sheltering and what we can offer to the community. And that's just one of the wonderful examples of kind of these new programs that we are launching. So I just wanted to put that out, that we are very much looking for new opportunities. If anybody knows of anything, please direct them to us, because we are open-minded and we are definitely trying to get ourselves out there a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Clay, and thank you to everybody for having the patience to hear our story today. We really value the partnership once again. Were there any questions that any of you had?
Supervisor Schutte?
It's more of a couple of comments. You know, the community involvement, I also appreciate it's been 3 occasions now that NHS has teamed with Parks and Rec for the Tails and Trails and adoption events out on Riverview Park. And that's lovely. You know, it's an opportunity for people to come out and not only learn about or meet some adoptable dogs, but also really learn about the trails and trail etiquette and speak to the rangers. And so that's been great. So thank you. And then also I know that you have the homestead holidays that NHS has been there as well. I also, something that you brought up that I think is really important for the public and really for all of us to understand and or to remember that animal-related issues, the animals surrendered to shelters or the lower numbers of animals being adopted, that's not in a vacuum. That's not just based on animals. Housing is an issue. There are, it's difficult sometimes if you have a pet to find a place to rent, or if you don't have the added money for the deposit. So then that isn't an option anymore. And so I think about some of the conversations we have about housing and about workforce housing. These are considerations as well. We want, and I think most people, like nearly everyone, nobody wants to see animals suffer. Nobody wants to see animals not cared for and loved and treated. And people who don't have money, they don't love their pets any less. And so it's just such a complicated issue. And so I appreciate what you're doing and even bringing up the hoarding situation. Hoarding can sometimes or usually based on mental illness issues. And these people really love these animals and they just don't understand that these high numbers of, let's say, cats in an apartment, that is neglectful and it's cruel to the cat. They think they're providing, and so it's those extra levels. But I just wanted to bring that up, and thanks really for all you do. A little side note, I was running a few months back, and the NHS truck drove by, and so I waved. And James, thank you. He pulled over to see if I needed help. And those are the folks who are working for Nevada Humane.
Running, he would have had to help.
Well,
Someone would have been chasing me.
so thank you. I mean that just truly made my day. It's like, oh, how cool is that? So thank you and well done. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is just a presentation. There's no action, but if there's public comment. Yeah, come on up. Thank you, guys.
This is just real quick.
Sure.
So I appreciate you guys
Name for
so
the
very
record,
much.
sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Trying.
Say it again.
Your name.
Lisa Partee. I appreciate you guys and all that you do. I am a big dog rescuer, whereas I don't go out and foster dogs. I am the one on the street walking my dog when the strays come by. We carry a leash in the car at all times, dog treats at all times, because if there's a dog running loose, I'm going to try and get that dog. The problem, there's only one problem, and I'd love to see it addressed, and I've talked to staff 2 times, and this happened last week, there was a dog loose, and another friend of mine walking his dog said, not friendly. And so I stopped where I was because I wasn't going to go where that dog was. Your outgoing message on the phone leaves you listening to a message for an exorbitant amount of time. And if you try and you're in a stressful situation, one time I had a dog running into traffic on Solomon. I can't press 0 to talk to somebody and say, there's an emergency here. So I have to, because then it just starts it all over again. So I was hoping that there would be some way you guys could get a system to where you could actually press 0 to speak to somebody without having to wait to listen to a dissertation for 2-3 minutes during a stressful situation. But other than that, I'm grateful for everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay, thank you all again very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're now on agenda item 20A, discussion and possible action regarding the street closures for a special event, which we did last time, and Hope did a great job sending out requests. So you want to give us a briefing on this?
Just very briefly, as the mayor alluded to, on December 15th, the board will remember we discussed special event policies. As part of that, we identified a menu of street closures that the Public Works Director is authorized to approve. If somebody orders off the menu, it goes to the board for consideration. We put out a letter, as I agreed to 51 event organizers who had organized events in 2022. We did email and U.S. first-class mail. Also, we reached out to the new owner of the bar on Rice Street because that had a turnover and we wanted to do that extra outreach. Only 2 event organizers were seeking to order off the menu, so to speak. One was a bike ride that needed a 15-minute closure on Clear Creek, and that's a sheriff's office situation, not Public Works. The second was the First United Methodist Church, their Living Nativity and Road to Bethlehem program. So I did discuss the First United Methodist Church request with the Public Works Director, and I don't want to come here today and have you think, oh gosh, it's only one. That's great. No problem. It's good. We really were looking at this to say, what's criteria? Under what criteria are we willing to support this? And by contrast, had this been a request on, say, Winnie Lane for a cornhole tournament, and they said, we want to close Winnie, and this way everyone will come play cornhole, and the bars and restaurants on Winnie will get more customers. We would not be here to support it, even though it was only one. We're here to support this because what you have at the Living Nativity scene is on private property. They have displays, they have scenes, they have actors, they have animals who are displaying the Christmas story. That attracts a lot of people on foot and vehicles, which then creates congestion. And so we think it's in the public interest to have deliberate street closures and traffic management plans. Otherwise, you'll have gridlock, you'll have traffic, you'll have pedestrians all over the place. In this way, we can make sure it's very intentional. We know how we're diverting traffic. 911 responders know exactly what they're doing. And this will just be something that's a positive in terms of public safety. So we're trying to be really deliberate on the criteria, and it's because of that kind of thought process that staff is supportive of this request and recommends approval.
I don't see that any member has a question. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, it's your pleasure. Somebody want to make a motion? Okay, Mr. White, go.
I move to approve the street closures as presented.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you. We're now on to agenda item 20B, which is discussion and possible action to adopt. This is on our second reading on Bill 102. So we already heard this item. So Ms. Ferris, was there any additional changes, comments, anything received?
No changes, nothing additional.
Any questions from the board or anything on the second reading? Is there any public comment on item 20B? Ms. Coe?
Once again, this is, everything is a special use permit. I don't understand it. Yes, everyone has the right to build on property that they purchase, but everything does not deserve a special use permit. And I know this is going to go on March 3rd, but this has gotten to the point of being ridiculous. And these road closures for public safety, that's wonderful for these events. But we are going to have a huge problem with public safety on our roads and streets with kids everywhere because of all of these special use permits. And I'd like for them to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll accept a motion. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Was there anyone else? I don't want to cut it off. Sorry.
Mayor and supervisors, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. I like the idea that you are making these requests very clear as to what the city's perspective is on them. I appreciate that as a public thank you. And as far as special permits, I'm not quite in the same gear set as some, but my thing is that I'm worried myself. I think that we've got to make a little tougher for some of these things to get special permits. I don't think just having a permit to build should then, or having a building should then give you, if you've got the wherewithal to come here, you certainly have a right. But I think some of those special permits need to be considered more in depth. And the consequences, I think that the public's bringing up about the street safety, foot traffic, snow, different considerations aren't really taken quite as much as I think they should be into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, no one else? Okay, I'll accept a motion for its ordinance 2023-2.
I move to adopt on second reading Bill number 102, ordinance number 2023-2.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Thank you. We're now on agenda item number 20C, which is our Historic Resource Commission Annual Report. Ms. Ferris, hello and welcome. Thanks for waiting. I saw you
Madam
come
Mayor,
in.
for the record, Mike Drews, I'm Chairman of the Historic Resources Commission. Mayor, Board of Supervisors, I'm pleased to present our 2022 annual report. As you all know, the Historic Resources Commission was formerly the Architectural Review Committee. It was established in 1981. We established our Carson City Historic District in 1982, and recently it's been accepted as a location that's listed in the National Register of Historic Places. So we have some national prominence for the district. We have a 7-member board. It's kind of unusual because most boards are open to the public. People with varied interests can serve on them. We actually have specific requirements. We need building design and construction people. We need historic preservation specialists and things like that. So it's kind of a unique committee or commission in that regard. In 2022, we held 5 meetings. We do it every other month. We reviewed 40 applications, 27 of which were reviewed administratively. It's a process that community development has kind of fostered. If somebody's coming before us with a fence design or a new front door that meets our standards, we could review it administratively, approve it. They don't have to come before the commission and face the stress of presenting a project that is pretty routine. Last year, year before, we had 45 applications, so we're down about 5 applications over the previous year. We did our Historic Preservation Awards once again in May as part of National Historic Preservation Month. The Bank Saloon and the Nevada Builders Alliance received our award this year. We're all part of that. They did a wonderful job on the remodel of the saloon. I'd like to add Preserve Nevada, which is kind of our national trust entity in the state, had their annual meeting this year, and part of it was in Carson City. They went to the Bank Saloon. We did a presentation on the reconstruction efforts and stuff, and it was really well received. We once again did our Historic Resources scavenger hunt. We had quite a few responses. Heather, do you remember who won that?
I don't, I'm sorry.
Anyway, we had a winner. Fox Brew Pub again graciously sponsored a lunch for the winner of that event. We attempted to apply for some training through the National Alliance of Preservation Committees. Unfortunately, the timing of that and travel were delayed, so none of us could attend that. For upcoming work programs, the recently changed fence standards that we've implemented have been a great help in
letting property owners know what they can and can't do in the district, and have really cut down on issues we've had with that. Due to staff capacity and other conditions, we really don't have a lot of capacity to work on any other modifications to our development standards this year, but we keep looking, and hopefully we can do some updates. I'd like to mention we lost a long-term serving member of our commission, Dr. Greg Hayes. And I thank you for appointing his successor, and for making appointments to the commission. We rely on you to support our efforts, and thank you for all that.
Thank you. Does any
Any
members
questions?
have any questions or just a
Are you out
comment?
there trying to find people to submit their names? There used to be a standing rule that if you wanted to leave the commission, you had to find
your
your
own
replacement.
Yeah. Well, you should re-implement that. Thank you for your efforts and for sitting through a very exciting board meeting to present it today.
Thank you for all your efforts and work to keep that district historic. It's important. Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you. We'll see you in May for Preservation Award.
There you go. Again, just a presentation, but no public comment. Okay, great. We're going to come back now on agenda item 8A, which was the discussion that we asked the district attorney's office to provide us some information. So, Mr. Reese. On the spot right as, sorry. You're like, I want to
Certainly.
swallow.
Thank you, Mayor. Supervisors, you asked several questions, and I've, as I go through this, I believe I will answer most of them, but if there's anything I miss, please let me know. In general, property taxes are collected by the county and are then distributed to various taxing entities. This is not only the city, this is the state, the school district, the water subconservancy, and the UNR Cooperative Extension, to name a few, and there may be others as well. So these taxes not only go to the city, but to others as well. There are provisions, there are provisions in the NRS for certain taxing entities to sue the assessor, or in some for for liability for not collecting the taxes. So I have some concern that if the city chooses not to collect the taxes, that it may be exposing itself to liability. The taxes here are both, property taxes are levied on both businesses and residents. In general, the collection of taxes, again, this is generally, property taxes is required. The NRS does not come out and say, thou shalt collect taxes. However, it does say that if you don't collect taxes, depending on your actions, the county assessor or the county auditor can be liable for uncollected taxes. The county assessor in certain situations may be guilty of a misdemeanor. And in particular, as it affects the discussion today, a court can't hold a tax invalid, a property tax invalid by reason of an irregularity in the assessment.
It's clear. Thank you.
The conclusion for me is that, you know, the county must, Carson City must collect the taxes, and the county auditor must, or sorry, the county assessor must do what she's doing and bring these issues to the board. What she's bringing before you is a correction to the tax rolls under NRS Chapter 361.765. When the assessor finds a clerical error, she brings the issue before the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors is bound to determine if the error exists, and if it's satisfied that the errors are clerical, then the board shall, it's required to, direct the county treasurer to correct the error or errors. A clerical error is generally looked at as an unintentional change, addition, or omission. When we have computer glitches like this, these generally there's no specific subsection of the tax code addressing computer glitches or computer errors. However, generally, many government entities look at computer glitches as clerical errors. The computer glitch was unintentional. It's causing an unintended consequence that was that doesn't conform with the statutes or regulations. As far as can the city pay the taxes, I was not able to find anything expressly prohibiting the city from paying the taxes. However, there have been past tax corrections similar to this on the agenda, and in those cases, the city has approved the correction of the clerical error, and which resulted in an increase of taxes for the properties affected. This also includes issues for or adjustments for solar panels, as you're considering here. I do have somewhat of a concern about the city taking actions that's inconsistent with prior actions and or relieving property owners from the duty of paying taxes. The Constitution requires that the legislature shall provide by law for a uniform and equal rate of assessment and taxation. In
The Nevada Constitution?
That's the Nevada Constitution. Right. That's Article 10, Section 1, subsection 1. And I can only observe to you that if you take different action than you've taken previously on this issue, or if the city is actually paying taxes for its residents, it's paying taxes for some residents and not other residents, and that I can't legally conclude right now that that is not a uniform application, but it causes me concern. Moving on to relief to the property owners. Can the city waive and can the assessor waive interest and penalties? Yes, it can. Under NRS 361.4835, the assessor can waive penalties and interest based on events beyond a person's control. There is also a provision for the postponement of taxes. This is administered by the Department of Taxation and the county's treasurer's office. Individual residents can apply to postpone their property taxes. There are certain requirements. I'm not, in the time that I've had, I can't explain the requirements to you off the top of my head, or I haven't found the requirements. But I would say, contact the Carson City treasurer, and if you qualify for the program, then he can provide you with the paperwork. That's all I have for you at the moment. If I've missed anything, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm available for questions.
I think you covered it.
Yeah. Supervisor Giomi?
So would your reading of everything be that if we as a board decided to allow the taxes to be collected over a given period of time, that would or would not be allowed? Just as a broad statement.
I have some concerns about that because the NRS provides for specific timelines and deadlines that the assessor must take for the assessor to take action on the non-payment of taxes. And so I'm concerned that if the board decided to allow certain taxes to go uncollected for a certain period of time, that might conflict with what's required of the assessor by the NRS. That said, a solution may be through the waiver provision where penalties and interest could be waived.
But also in this case, the property owners weren't billed for the tax, so necessarily, in my mind, it's not unpaid until after they've been billed and refuse or fail, right?
And I would absolutely agree with you on that.
So whatever that timeline is, it doesn't start to tick until they get actually billed.
In my reading of the statute, that's correct.
Okay.
So in that case, then, there would be nothing to prevent you from, when you send out these bills, including language about waiving penalties and interest and the waiver for postponement of paying taxes. Right? I mean, so there would be nothing that would prohibit them from at least doing that, so that everyone who gets a bill, and I know you don't necessarily want to do the supplemental bill, but let's say you do, just because it makes it easier, right? So you do the supplemental bill, and with that bill, we print on there, hey, by the way, if you're running late, we're going to waive penalties and interest, and if you need a waiver, here's the law about how to do a waiver and contact such and such. That would be acceptable in your opinion?
Yes, the assessor's more than capable and able to provide, or not capable, but
I think she's capable too.
Able
I'm
to.
sure she appreciates your endorsement.
She's certainly able to provide information.
Okay, satisfies it for me. Thanks.
Okay, then I will, yes.
Can I just ask a question of clarification for the letters? Do we want to encourage a certain date to have these amounts paid by?
Well, would
think
the
you
date be
followed
under the law? What would the date be under the law?
Just follow the law. I'm going to suggest that we just let the process work as intended by statute. You send out the invoices. There's natural processes that people cannot pay their taxes for 3 years
I just
before
want to make sure that we
things come
tell
up.
them
Yes.
what, because this is
Yes.
not a usual circumstance.
Right. You can
So
attach.
I wouldn't,
Right.
I'm not suggesting you waiver,
No.
or change the law. I'm just suggesting, because you can't, but I'm just suggesting that you inform them of their rights under the law.
Okay.
So that we've done everything we can to let them know that, look, this is due, here's the reason it's due, and here's the date it's due. Here are provisions for you under the law if you have trouble making this payment.
Perfect. Okay. I just wanted that clarification. And I did contact my office to have them research all of these properties. And I gave you an incorrect number. Originally, it was 17 properties that were recently purchased, but 6 of those 17 purchased in July or August of 2021. So they weren't really affected. So we have 11 properties that were recently purchased, not within that time period. And I also reached out to a title company to ask if in this situation, if they were able to
Have the
somehow
title insurance kick in, essentially.
correct. And that would be most likely a no. Once those escrow funds have been distributed and any overages, those are distributed as well. However, it does not affect the insurance that was given on their title either. They issued title insurance at the time of that purchase based on the information that they were given. So they wouldn't be held liable, nor would it affect the insurance that they guaranteed.
Okay. Sad situation, but not a lot we can do about it. I know, other than work very, very hard to not let it happen again. I know. Right, as many checks and balances as we can have in the system. Which the number one is just to recall or just to remember, if you didn't suddenly get a personal exemption, like you get a disability that's approved by the VA, if your property taxes are declining, question it, right? Because
Right.
the one thing you know you get is death and taxes. So it's just, again, take a look. If you see a decrease in your taxes, call the assessor and make sure what's going on here. And again, terribly sorry.
The only situation that I can see with the way that the market is revolving is with new construction. If you have a new constructed home, there's a possibility that your property tax bill will decrease because, as Sherry was explaining, the amount that you pay taxes on and the amount of your assessed value, that abated amount is leveling out on new construction. On the older homes, it's not. But absolutely, please don't hesitate to contact my office.
Okay, with that, I'll accept a motion.
I'll
If
do
you
it.
want, I was gonna say, if you want, I'll do it.
I move to approve the correction and increase the real property taxes for fiscal year 2021-22 and 2022-23 as requested, with the discussion of the notices that will be included in the new billing as Supervisor Giomi expressed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect that was unanimous. Thank you. Again, well, not thank you, but it is what it is. We'll now move on to agenda item 21A, which is our legislative activity report. Mr. Wood, hello. Probably brief because session just started, or is it, Go ahead.
Well, as you know, things change quickly. This is Stephen Wood, for the record, Government Affairs Liaison. So I just wanted to start, obviously, session began last Monday. Can you all hear me okay? The legislative session kicked off pretty quickly. It seemed like day two, they started throwing stuff at us. So we are trying to be as nimble as possible. So with that, I'll give you an update on what I know is coming so far. But the last bill I'll talk about was scheduled about 20 minutes ago. So
As up to date as it can be.
This is about as up to date as it gets. So SB 16, I'll start there. That's our charter bill that this board approved last year. We have a hearing on that next Wednesday, the 22nd. So we have met with the committee members, and there is no perceived issues with the bill. So we're hoping that that goes smoothly, and our district attorney, Jason Woodbury, will be there to explain that language to them as he did to you. SB 118 is going to be heard this afternoon in Senate Health and Human Services. This is a $15 million a year allocation, direct allocation for public health statewide. So with an amendment that we have worked on, there will be direct funding to Carson City for that. So we're looking forward to that. Also,
Identified?
$5.
it's so sorry, I skipped that part. It's
Thank you.
$5 per capita.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
What was the bill again? Sorry.
SB 118. Yeah. So Assembly Bill 140 is also, actually it was heard this morning in Assembly Government Affairs. That bill makes Juneteenth an official state holiday. We're watching that one, but we expect it to move through the process. SB 81 will be heard next week in Senate Government Affairs. I believe that's on Monday, but let me check. This one extends the growth and planning impact reporting that counties have to do regionally. It also changes the membership of the group and requires joint meetings of the group to generate that report. So we are watching this one obviously very closely. We know that there has been some work on some amendments that we, might be okay with, but we're watching it and we will keep you informed how that one develops. The last one I wanted to talk about, the one that was scheduled 20 minutes ago, and I'm going to have Hope and Nikki join me for this one if you don't mind. This is AB 14. It is scheduled now for Tuesday in Assembly Judiciary. This bill requires an integration with the state business license portal. It is on the website on our list of tracked bills. Staff is recommending that we oppose this bill, and Nikki and Hope will explain why. AB 14.
For the record, Nikki Aker, Director of Carson City Health and Human Services. And one of the reasons that I am suggesting that we oppose it, it's, look, right now we've got a good business license process going with community development. And if we integrate into Silver Flume and its inability to route applications the way we do now, I believe that it could not be to our service to our customers could decrease. And also, I am wondering why the state needs access to what our permits and license fees are. And not sure, but a question I have in the back of my head, is this related to the bill that Public Health is putting forward for requesting money? So that's my main reasons.
Okay, I'll just leapfrog on that. Okay, so for the past 5 to 6 years, the state has been requesting that the municipalities in the state of Nevada basically sync up our business license functions with Silver Flume. So I don't believe this is a new effort. It's been a voluntary effort for years and years. The city has had those discussions, and it's always been sort of on a voluntary basis. It has not worked for Carson City for 2 reasons. One, as Nikki alluded to, well, before I say what Nikki alluded to, in most places, a business license does not get a review. So you're selling shoes, you come in, it costs you $15 to get a business license for the year to have your shoe store, you pay your $15, you leave. If that was the process in Carson City, we could potentially entertain this, but that's not the process in Carson City. The process in Carson City is you come in to sell shoes, that application is routed to the health department, it's routed to the fire department, it's routed to the planning department. And each of those agencies are looking to see if they take jurisdiction on that particular business. And if they do take jurisdiction, ensuring that that particular business is in compliance. So does the zoning allow that business to be at that location? Does the health department take jurisdiction? If so, they're going to do their review to make sure all of their requirements are met. Similarly with fire department, they'll go do an inspection. Are the fire extinguishers there, the exiting signs, things like that. Silver Flume was not able to accommodate that activity that Carson City does. So that has always been for the past, forever our challenge. And make no mistake about it, the state has been asking us to cooperate with them in Silver Flume since my entire tenure here, over 6 years. Additionally, we have InterGov now, and you'll remember from the audit and from the many times you've had to give me extra time for business license, and gratefully, we have over 6,000 business licenses, and we're down to 350, and the extension was February 15th, so we only have 350 outstanding. We are finally gaining a handle on InterGov and the business license, and we have not hit the finish line on that. We are doing back of house. Back of house is very solid, but we don't have the portal open yet. I need our staff focused on our system and not trying to integrate with the state system, which we already have explored and we feel like it's difficult. We've also consulted with the IT department and the IT director, Frank Abella, about this, and he's ballparking $500,000, I believe he thought, was the ballpark figure in terms of a fiscal impact, in terms of software we'd have to get to help with the, I'll call it the translation of our system to Silverflume and so on and so forth. I'm obviously not equipped to talk to you about the fiscal impact, but definitely had that conversation with Frank when you might remember the number better, but when Sherry reached out. But I need to be able to focus on making our business license here in Carson City function the way it does, and we can't compromise our function and our business practice in the interest of accommodating the states. And on a voluntary level, we'll cooperate every single day of the week, but with a mandate, it's going to create difficulties.
And if I could jump in really quickly, the city has submitted a fiscal note on this bill, and my notes show, it's not exact because I don't have the fiscal note in front of me, but somewhere between $250,000 and $300,000. It may have.
Is it possible as a solution to offer up, to give them a report on a quarterly basis out of our system once you have it working?
And 100%, anything on a voluntary level, I am absolutely willing to.
I mean, even if they made it a requirement that we provide them with a list of our businesses once a quarter, would that be the
We'd be
worst thing
happy
in the
to
world?
do that. I think if they'd be happy with that, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the
The devil's in the
intent.
details,
It's
of
never
course.
been the intent.
Right, no, I know.
They
The
want
intent
it.
has always been to us to link up
Yeah.
to Silverflume.
Can you tell me it's been voluntary? Is any other local government currently utilizing through Silverflume? So did they get anyone that jumped to the? So.
Yeah, just based on
Yeah.
having had, and Stephen may have other information, but based on having worked with them for over 6 years, there are a handful of municipalities, I feel like maybe Fernley or Fallon or something, who have on a voluntary basis kind of coordinated their business license with Silverflume. So they did, when I was talking with them, they did have examples where there were municipalities, but again, we have to consider our business practice versus other people's business practice.
Who's the
No, I'm just
sponsor?
asking.
Sorry.
Let me pull it up really quickly.
It was the gentleman from Sparks, Chip or something.
Skip Daly,
Skip
Senator
Daly.
Skip Daly.
Never mind. Certainly, it's a revenue item for them. So part of it becomes that you're finding a business in Carson City. Whoops, there's no Silverflume account.
Well, that's why the list would satisfy them.
That's what they're looking for, but they want it electronically to match up. They're not going to want a paper report or they want a linkage so they can mark our accounts yes, their account yes.
And
we-
per the NRS, we will not issue a business license if
Without
they
them.
do not have a state business
Right.
license.
Right.
So we're doing that check.
You're right.
Anybody
That's the
comes to our
testimony.
counter, our first question is, have you gotten your state license? If the answer is no, or I don't know, we'll look it up for them. If they don't have a state license, at my counter, come to my counter, there's a picture of the Secretary of State's office, green awning, we give them directions, we have all the
Right.
information. They take the picture with the phone and they walk over there.
But I think that's the reason for us to say no. We already are doing the job of ensuring that you get your state business license money. So this doesn't provide you or provide the Carson City businesses any more efficiencies. As a matter of fact, it does the opposite. It takes away the efficiency and the speed in which we can give you a business license. So I think that if we're going to take the position to oppose, we can hammer home the fact that we are doing the required check and not issuing any city business licenses without having the state business license first. So, anybody? Yeah, I just can't see a reason to support this and to disrupt all of the money and the work and, well, potentially start over with another computer system that will then have glitches and errors and stuff for us to work out over the next few years. So anyway, I'm okay with opposing it, but anybody else? Okay. That was it, right? That was the last bill?
Yes, that's the last one.
Sure.
I do want to ask, do we need a motion?
I'm
I'm sorry.
I'm
I
gonna
wanted
follow
to-
some other legal stuff
Perfect.
first.
I just wanted to make sure that we were doing this the right way, since this is the
I
first
know what to
time.
do. That's
All
all
right.
right. Is there any public comment on this item? I take public comment before we take motions. Okay. With that, I'll accept a motion if someone
Well,
would like to make that one.
If I may, I
Sure.
have a few bills I would like to bring to
sorry.
light.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
go.
SB 54. The bill that requires the Secretary of State to produce an elections manual that all local entities will have to follow. I think we need to take an opposition position on this in that it does not require the Secretary of State to work with local election officials while creating this manual. Section 2, paragraph 3 does require that this manual be sent over to the Attorney General, but it does not require the Attorney General to do anything, even to acknowledge that it's been received. In Section 4, this manual would be exempt from the Administrative Procedures Act, which essentially gives the Secretary of State complete autonomous rule over how our elections are administered. When you do not have oversight of the Administrative Procedures Act, you remove the requirement that the Secretary of State send a report to the legislature every 3 years. The manual is not subject to public view. So I think this is a situation where, our voting procedures, one, are fairly local in some cases, and I don't think we should stand by and allow any single person to have complete control over how our elections are administered. That's on SB 54. SB 22, in regards to legal notices, something that I have talked about for quite a long time is that we should be able to do our legal notices electronically. But there's I think a little bit of a language issue with this particular effort. Section 1, paragraph 3B calls for continuous and uninterrupted notice if you're using an electronic newspaper such as the Nevada Appeal. Well, there's no language in here that says, what are you going to do if the Nevada Appeals website goes down during the notice period? So I'm not asking for opposition on this, but some clarification. What are we going to do? AB 143, lands transfer bill from the federal government. It's talking about in this particular bill that properties that are received from the federal government can be disposed of to private people without going through the normal public disposal process, public property disposal process. I think we need some clarification why we would want to circumvent property disposal process as we do it today. AB 95, this is one that I think we should oppose. This bill calls for every candidate, not candidate for public office, not just the minor party folks. Every candidate for public office would have to do the petition for acceptance onto the ballot. Whether it's nonpartisan.
Whose bill is that?
It's from Assemblyman Orant Liquor.
Anyway, I think we should take a opposed position on that.
So let's take,
Let me just make a comment.
Yeah.
You know what I would like us to do as a board, if we have, as Supervisor White did, if we had opposition or questions about them, I'd like if we could just send them to you, have you run them through staff so we can get staff opinions on them as well. Not that we can't act independently. I would just like to also have, I'd like to know what Scott says about SB 54. And if we have to wait a couple of weeks to do that, I'm fine doing that, although it may be too late in some cases. But I think, I value our staff's opinion, and I would like to get their opinion on these bills before I decide, as we did today, before I decide to take a motion one way or the other.
And if I could, Supervisor Giomi, those bills that Supervisor White mentioned, as of right now, they don't have hearings.
Time.
And the reason that we brought up AB 14 last minute is because it was scheduled. So, that, we apologize for that, but that's how it goes. But if that is your wish, we can definitely do that and get back to you.
I mean, yeah, I think if one of us sends you an email saying, hey, I'd like you to track this bill, then I think I would like to hear from you in front of all of us that you got that and that you're tracking it, just so we know, even if you say, hey, here's what it is, briefly, as Supervisor White did, and the fact that it's not scheduled for your hearing, so we got a little bit of time.
And
That
I
would
do appreciate that, but as in the structure of the legislature, everything's last minute. I didn't do this until last night.
Yeah. No, I mean, right.
Up with
right.
that, no.
I'm just saying, we have a lot of resources at our disposal, including another elected official who should get a chance to read it and give us his thoughts on it too, so.
So let's talk about a path forward today. So I would like a motion of consideration on AB 14, which is the one that does have a hearing. So I believe we should take a position on the business license portal. So let's take these independently. So do I have a motion on AB 14?
Sure, I move to approve, I move to oppose, or to direct staff to oppose AB 14, for the reasons stated on the record. I'll say that.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Schutte. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Let the record reflect it was unanimous. Concerning the additional bills that Supervisor White brought up, would you please bring those back to the next meeting and bring those as the top discussion, rise those to the top, and then bring us staff thoughts on those particular pieces of legislation? I'd appreciate that,
Absolutely.
and thank you. Okay. That's it on legislation. Okay, we're now on to agenda item number 22, which is our non-action items. City manager, is there anything?
Just super brief, sorry. I just wanted to give a shout out to the Parks Department. The Nevada Division of Outdoor Recreation nominated Carson City Parks, Recreation, and Open Space and Muscle Powered for the Trails Promotion and Education Award. They're going to receive this at the 2023 International Trails Summit in April in Reno. And this program recognizes the tremendous contributions of volunteers, professionals, and other leaders who are working to create an effective system of trails across the globe.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Anybody else have anything they need to share? I
Yeah,
said need, okay.
Well, I don't
Go ahead.
need to, but I'd like to. A couple of items from other committee assignments this week. CTA meeting was this week, and I think you know that one of the efforts that Deborah Soul has taken on, which is the arts and culture person for CTA, is to produce an arts and cultural asset page, if you will, linked to maps on the CTA website, and it is now up and active. And it is a fantastic resource. If you go to Visit Carson City under the Arts and Cultural page, and then you can click on Arts and Cultural Assets, and it's broken into several categories: arts education, creative businesses, heritage, events, facilities, organizations, and public art. And it delineates in a map format that you can zoom in and zoom out on, showing where each of the cultural assets are. Linked to that asset, there's businesses in there under creative businesses like Purple Avocado or Distinct Ink or even Rupert's Gem Cutting. It's the kind of stuff that you see in there. And under facilities, they have commercial art galleries, museums, theaters, outdoor spaces like McFadden Plaza. So really great resource and a really great way to remind all of us of the arts and cultural activities, events, and spaces that we have in our city that, I mean, there's hundreds of them on here. And you see that, and you know that it's pretty easy to spend a nice weekend here in Carson and be busy the whole time. Lisa, I was going to cover CWSD unless you had anything. That was last night. One of the FEMA-funded events or FEMA-funded activities that CWSD undertook in cooperation with the city was to do a letter of map revision, a LOMAR, for the Clear Creek and Prison Hill drainage areas. So that was filed in November. As a result of that, and they anticipate it to be coming forward here shortly, there are a total of 24 parcels that got removed from floodplain in Carson City as a result of that. 46 remained unchanged, and one unfortunately went into the floodplain. But overall, a huge benefit to those 24 folks who are now not or will no longer be considered in a floodplain. And some weather info about water. As of January, we're at in the Carson River Basin, 338% of average. Assuming no more precip, and depending upon heat, we should end the year at least 200% of normal, even if nothing else happened. So that's good. The snow water equivalent it had reached new record levels, exceeding the 2017 levels. Whether it stays that way or not, who knows? January was cold. I think you know that. They didn't have a temperature reading here in Carson, but let's use Minden as an example. It was 7.4 degrees lower than normal, the January average temp. So that's cold. Couple items to stick in the back of your head. April 18th and 19th at the governor's mansion meeting room. I forget what they call that. It seems like they change the name all the time. Is the Carson River Watershed Forum. Really good information there. And early June sometime, because it's going to be a late runoff, CWSD is going to sponsor a river rafting trip somewhere on the East Fork. Oh. So I don't know whether we'll do Brunswick Canyon, which is, they haven't done it in a number of years, which is a great ride if you've never done it in a river rafting trip. But they will invite local government folks. So stick that kind of in the back of your head for June timeframe. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. So I actually on Tuesday and Monday and Tuesday of this week, I was in DC for an NACO housing task force, and it's a work in progress, but there was just some really great discussion, brainstorming, and really talking about housing, not just about access to housing, but helping homeowners be able to stay in housing and helping renters be able to manage the rent. And one of the discussions was really the energy efficiency of new development and how sometimes initially energy efficient utilities and water saving options are more expensive in the development and the building. And yet over the long term, they're less expensive and they help keep the cost down of living somewhere. And so I think it's a really important conversation to have in terms of how to look at energy efficiency in terms of housing. As we get more notes and I'm able to decipher all of that was shared, I will definitely be sharing more info, but it was great.
Thank you. That sounds great. Okay, we will have a closed meeting immediately upon adjournment. Mr. Horton will not be a party to that hearing. So we are now on agenda item number 23, which is our final public comment before adjournment. Okay, are you coming?
Mayor and supervisors, thank you very much for this opportunity. I went to the legislature yesterday just to pick up information and ended up at a, here it is, AB 46. During that, there were two presentations, one by the Division of Forestry relating to fires, and one of the suggestions or one of the things that was brought up was the lack of personnel required them to drop more water and also fire retardants. But the fire retardants weren't so much up because of the availability of water in some places. But one of the things in the next presentation is the wildlife, wildlife presentation. One of the things that was brought up that really just hit me in the gut was that the species count of wild critters is down. The loss of species and of parts of species and such is up. One of the things they noted it too would be related to the drought. Animals are suffering very badly. And one of the things that brought it to home was I thought, well, animals get pregnant, it happens. I didn't realize that most of them don't actually have a birth afterwards. Fetuses are dying for the lack of nutrition. And so a lot of the species are dying out, not from hunting or from interaction with overbuilding or other things like that, but the drought. So that's something to keep in mind. But on this is sort of the list of what's on legislation.org. And when you're running over the different, the bills, for everybody's sake, because everybody won't necessarily relate what's been said just by the AB number or the AS number. If you could just say it relates to, and you've done that as well, set, a little bit of a nugget into that. But I would encourage anybody watching or anybody on this board to see them in action. Is just amazing. To participate in the state. We're starting here. You all are the next, the step. And getting to know the process is really important to me, because then I can figure out perhaps how I can relate my questions, who to go to, what to expect. And so I would be very interested in what your feelings about these things that have been put over through this particular board towards legislation. And so if you could narrow this list down to the ones that you are specifically engaged with. You can't.
Sorry, can't do that. We won't be able to discuss a bill if
No,
we
no,
don't have
well,
it
I just need
listed.
to know the numbers.
No.
Did you, but,
Thank you. I'll let you know.
okay,
The
thank
issue
you.
is, we have legal requirements for posting on our own, and it's crazy, but sorry.
I'll talk to you later
Yeah,
then if you don't
sorry.
mind.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't see any other public, so if there's no further action, and we're adjourned. Thank you for a good meeting, and we'll get right on.